that took them around the moon and brought them home. Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications. Several leaders to talk about the successful mission. They are Amit Kshatriya, Associate Administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, Head of the Artemis Programs, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built a service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight and sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them. And at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles from the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they wrote. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows what we're capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last 10 days. NASA has shown that ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the flight control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles, and that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do, and I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reid Wiseman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillet with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously, it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly, learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marcia.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them, and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi, all. Jackie Waddle, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. It's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but that's the only one I'm aware of that is that. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis III, Artemis IV, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. You know, we were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of you know, the issues we saw during Artemis I and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we've changed the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis II, we're going to get right after, but I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we talked about this a little bit before. You know, what the architects of Apollo, Gilruth, von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, you know, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, you know, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives. They were geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think the foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, you know, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. And now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence, to learn how to live and work there for a long time. So, you know, it's a weird irony of history that, you know, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, you know, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Hi, Ken Chang from New York Times. I guess for Rick and everybody else, can you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Well, certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. You know, I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words with the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up. And we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis I? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? So, you know, initially we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship. And so when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures. And then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we'll have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more, if we know, about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, you know, what their first meal might be or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
And I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after Splashdown, so that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis II in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, you know, we will have what we call a quick initial 30-day report that we will put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to decontaminate the vehicle in terms of the propulsion system has hydrazine, and so we'll be working through that. In the meantime, we'll be pulling hardware off the boat in parallel with other activities, and when we get back to Kennedy Space Center, we've got about 286 components we're going to reuse in future missions already, and then we're going to look at other components and determine if we can reuse those as well. A lot of work, not only on the hardware flow, but also all the analysis of the data we're going to need going forward to learn from this mission and carry forward for Artemis III and beyond.
Okay, we'll take one more from the phone and then come back here into the room. The next question is from Richard Trudeau with Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time. This is another question for Howard. For Artemis III, is the docking system that you have to do with Blue Origin and/or SpaceX, is that at what point would that system be sort of in place on the new capsule? And I guess for Amit, how are your two contractors progressing toward having something that can actually go up there on your timeline? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start with our docking system. Our docking system is ready to go. It's already been qualified. We've already got the flight unit at Kennedy Space Center. Later this summer, we'll integrate it on top of the crew module. And we've done a lot of testing already, so the final part is actually the mechanical mating of the docking hatch and the docking mechanism itself. And so we have a standard way of doing dockings in space that we expect Blue Origin and SpaceX to work with us on and accomplish that mission.
Yeah, and as far as the other part, I think, you know, we're in a massive test campaign. We've got a huge test coming up of the Blue Origin Mark I lander, which will be the kind of smaller version of the lander they want to use to attempt the landing missions. There's going to be a test flight of that this year. We also have the test of the Block 3 Starship and Super Heavy, which is coming up hopefully in a few weeks here. So, you know, every day in this program, we're going to be testing big machines, and we're just going to keep getting side by side with them to help them make progress.
Okay, Jackie, and then we'll come back to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. My question is for Howard. As a little boy, you were inspired by Star Wars. I wondered if today is better for you than Star Wars, and for future space travelers looking back at today, what should they see as being the significance? Thank you.
Wow, you might be watching my old interviews or something, but I would say 1,000, I don't know what the number is, thousands of times better. I would say that I shared a moment with my father. He took me to see Star Wars. He's not alive today. I wish he was, because that little kid who saw and was inspired by the stars, and now we're able to send our crew out to the stars, the farthest any humans have been. I mean, I can't even express just how I feel and the goosebumps I have. And I would say that for all the kids out there, I mean, just pursue the dreams. I can't say any better than the crews. I tell my kids also, pursue what you're passionate about. And my passion is a space program. My passion is NASA. And I was able to accomplish that today and hopefully many more days going forward. But you have opportunity to do what you are passionate about. And hopefully those kids who are in love with human spaceflight, in love with going to the stars, will be inspired by us, especially by our crews. And come join NASA. Come work for us. We got a lot of missions ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ariel Multzatsos from Televisa Univision. The only mission until today that for which the communications blackout lasted 6 minutes was Apollo 13, if I am not mistaken. Today's lasted 6 minutes, around 6 minutes. Does that say anything about the design of the ship, or what is the reason behind that? And also, very quickly, can we see a Hispanic in one of the next missions of Artemis? Thank you very much.
As far as the duration of the blackout, a lot of that, that's just dictated by the physics of the approach trajectory. The Orion spacecraft, when you get enveloped by plasma that's thousands of degrees, the radio frequency of the antennas just can't shoot through that. On the space shuttle, we were lucky we had the tail, and we had an antenna up on the tail, and it took us a while to figure that out, that was a way to keep calm. For Orion, it was 6 minutes, but it was predicted, and it played out exactly as we predicted, so that just gave us confidence that it was flying the way it was supposed to.
Will.
Hi, thank you. Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now, and congratulations again tonight. A question for Rick. The whole flight operations team has been exceedingly busy throughout the course of this mission, in preparation for this mission. I imagine there will be a little bit of breathing room now that the crew is back safely on Earth, but when do you kind of get the band back together to start prepping for Artemis II, and will it be the same complement of flight directors that we saw for Artemis II? Thank you.
Well, you're right that the next mission is right around the corner, and we'll take the lessons learned from Artemis II. We learned a bunch on how to fly people in space, both from a vehicle operations, but also from how to run a control room with a deep space mission. And when the time is right, we'll get back into flight-specific training. And we've got a core group of about 30 flight directors, and they're all extremely capable. And I think anybody who's assigned to that next mission is going to be as successful as the three of us, myself, Judd, and Jeff.
Yes, we'll take you.
Tom Clark with Sky News. Congratulations on a very successful mission. Amit, you spoke yesterday of there only being irrational fears. I wonder if you succumbed to any, and if so, what they were. But more after such a successful test flight, how much of a boost is this to NASA's confidence in its wider mission to stay on the moon?
I mean, for the campaign, this is a huge step, for us to build confidence, not just in our understanding of how this machine performs, but just that this organization can rise to the standard of qualifying a vehicle like this for crewed flight. I think that's huge. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of changes between Artemis I and now to get there, and the team really rose to the equation. These folks here, they did a tremendous job of instilling the amount of discipline and rigor and belief in the qualification standards to make sure this is going to work. And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight, but maintain the same level of risk knowledge and understanding, but also, really focus on what that looks like. To your point, it is when you fly the crew, when you fly any crew, you can be paralyzed. You can almost be paralyzed by risk because you become so close to them. You understand what's at stake when you with the families. You understand what's at stake. But the crew knows this, and we have to do it too. But organizationally, understand that what we do is we take calculated risks, and that it's going to take risks to explore. But you have to make sure you find the right line between being paralyzed by it and being able to manage it and bound it the right way.
Okay, Andrea. And then after that, we'll come to Michael, and then takes a roll on the phone.
Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. This question's for Rick. I enjoyed seeing the flight controllers storm into a white flight control room, and I was just wondering, were those the controllers from the back room? Were there people who were off duty who just couldn't be away? And why was it important to open the room to them and to let more of the Houston workforce celebrate that moment? Thanks.
That was anybody, I made a call out to anybody who had worked the mission, no matter what shift or what room you were sitting in, to come into the room and just soak in the moment with the rest of the operations team. They all deserved it. They worked tremendously hard, both pre-flight and during the mission, and it was a time for us to celebrate together before celebrating outside of that room.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. Congratulations again. My question is also for Rick. I think that we've asked the crew several times if they felt the weight of this moment, and I'm curious if you felt, or if your other flight directors felt the weight of this, that as you were going through all this, you're like, this is what Gene Kranz felt, this is what Chris Kraft felt. Did you ever feel that moment?
There were a couple of times where you have a lull in the shift, and you can kind of sit back in your seat and just look out the window. I do that at ISS a lot when I work down the hall working in Ficker 1. You just enjoy the view. As I worked early in the mission on the planning shift, the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it was fun to just sit and watch the moon get bigger. And then as we worked on the entry -1 day shift yesterday, and then on the entry shift, it was fun to watch the Earth get bigger. And it was fascinating to watch orbital mechanics take over. And in the last day when I took the console, I think we were, earlier this morning, I think we were over 50,000 miles away from Earth. And we made up that last 50,000 miles in the last 8 hours. And it's a fun job to do.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone. We have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
It's Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. Thank you so much for taking our questions. This is certainly a historic moment. NASA's kicked off the return of humans visiting the moon. How does it feel to write this new chapter in our history book?
I have to tell you, my background is in planetary science, and I was an active planetary scientist for a couple of decades, and I had this incredible honor to come over and work with the human spaceflight side of NASA and the team that have put this together. But as someone who has been interested in what we can do in exploring the moon and going beyond low Earth orbit, I think the weight of this mission and just how incredibly impactful it is that we have actually achieved this. During our lifetimes here, we have done this, right? Apollo was when I was a child, and to be here now and say we actually did this, we've gone back and we're going to go build a moon base. We are going to have an enduring presence on the moon. Just incredibly powerful.
The next question is from Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. NASA showed one more time that space is a unifying force around the world, with a crew that connected so well with people that doesn't matter which country. How important was, for anyone in the panel, how important was this mission for the agency and for the future of the Artemis program?
It's the most important human spaceflight mission I think we've done in many decades in terms of what it meant historically, but also what it means for the future of the agency. We talked before about, for many folks, this is the end of a long journey working on these machines, and for a lot of our workforce, it's just the beginning. But it is definitely an inflection point for all of us. So it's hard to understate, just how incredibly valuable it is to the entire team.
Let's go here to Zach.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Zachary Albert with the Launchpad from Canada. Ahmed, if you could send a message to NASA in 50 years. We've taken a lot looking back at the last 50. What would you say to the administration and the NASA then when hopefully we've become a multiplanetary species? And for each of you, is there a word or a quick phrase on how you hope the history books classify this mission that started us going back?
It's a couple weeks ago, I was with the administrator. We were doing a different event, and we were talking about how we were really going to make choices and change our focus towards the moon, towards building a moon base, towards doing incredible things again. And right before he and I walked up on stage, he turned to me and he said, at some point, people are going to look back at what we were doing, and we're going to be like those guys that were hogging out logs to cross lakes just to see if we could do it. And then, in the future, people are going to look back at us and go, wasn't that quaint, and isn't that interesting how they did that? But I mean, that's kind of where I think this is going to land in the grand scheme of things. We of course, Apollo achieved amazing things. We've done amazing things since then, but this, I think, is going to be an important step, and hopefully history is kind to us as a result.
Okay, Stephen, did you have one? TJ?
TJ Mosquero with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question is about the two backups. They've trained for this mission themselves all the way. I'm not trying to ask if they're going to be trying to get you to tell me if there are Artemis III or not, but can you tell me a little bit more about their fate? Because during Apollo, it seemed that the backup crew of one mission was slated to be the prime crew of a later mission.
So both Jenny and Andre were part of this crew in every way. They trained with them. They were in the White Room when they were closing it out. They were with them. The families were together. Jenny was with us in the viewing room today. So they're part of this crew, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. Given the crew's successful demonstration of the 4K video stream with the laser comms, will there be another test of this, and what does this mean for TRL readiness level for, say, a planetary spacecraft mission? Thank you.
You got it.
I think we've had an incredible demonstration of the optical communications and the 4K video streaming. That was just fantastic. I think we've really shown that this is an amazing capability that we'd certainly like to implement in the future. So we'll have to see how that works and see how we can make that happen.
Just to point out, though, we have actually closed an optical link for much further
Yes, we
away
have,
on
from
the Psyche
Mars.
vehicle. So,
Yep.
So we're working on that.
Mars distance. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll come around here. Just need to wait for the mic to make its way over.
Hi, thank you again for doing this, and again, congrats on just such an amazing mission. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout here. And I just had a quick question. We've seen some really incredible imagery throughout the course of this mission. It's been great, to get that downlinked quickly with the laser comms. And I'm curious how much of that imagery that was taken during the mission on board has been downlinked, and how much of that still remains on the spacecraft to be recovered later. Thank you.
I don't happen to know the official stats, but we can certainly follow up with you at a later date.
I do know that Reid had made the comment that even though they sent back quite a bit, that the stuff they have with them is pretty amazing. So once we get it off the physical media on the vehicle, hopefully we'll be able to get it to you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll get all those SD cards. We'll get them all downloaded. And of course, all of the imaging that was required on Monday, that was the science imaging, all of that will be made available through the planetary data system and archived.
Okay, we'll take a few more from the phone. Next is Alejandro Turnbull with Space Scout.
Hi, congratulations everyone on a fantastic mission. Question for Rick. As the spacecraft was descending under parachute, we saw on the infrared camera some plumes emanating from the vehicle that looked like either venting or thruster firing. Just wondering if you could speak a little to what the spacecraft was doing then, what exactly caused those plumes. Thank you.
Yeah, not knowing the video that you're referring to, I would imagine that's probably the spacecraft reorienting itself. When we're on our main parachutes, we do a reorientation to ensure that the most robust structural portion of the spacecraft contacts the water first. And so I suspect the plumes you were seeing were the crew module reaction control system thrusters firing.
The next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
First, I'd like to say just not congratulations, but I think this is just one of the most spectacular missions NASA has ever accomplished. And a lot of people have compared this to Apollo 8. And I can tell you there is no comparison to what has been done with the Orion spacecraft and the technology from our European Space Agency partners. I was there from the beginning of Apollo 8. I'm probably the oldest broadcast journalist today. But my question to each of you, what was your wow moment?
Let's start with Mr. Quinn. You're kind of lonely over there.
I didn't hear the question. Yep.
Just pick an awesome thing.
An awesome
Well, being a guy from the Kennedy Space Center, the launch was a pretty special day. You know, to see all those umbilicals clear the vehicle and the vehicle clear the tower and have that rocket rise off the pad was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, man.
All right. I know Victor always says touchdown, getting onto the water. You know, for me, the greatest moment was the parachutes, the main chutes deploying. I think seeing that, I was chanting "Go, go, go" by myself. Somebody shot a video of that. I think I was going crazy, but I just kept saying that as the drogues came out, but when the mains came out and they started slowly inflating, I mean, that was just a tremendous moment. You know, like I said, objective number one is get the crew home. And I know there's all kinds of things that can happen after that, but having those mains and getting the vehicle to 16 miles per hour from 24,600 miles per hour is pretty amazing. And getting those chutes down was a great moment.
I'm going to vote for the naming of the two craters as my top moment.
I know it's all still fresh, so for me, I'm probably going to say two things. When the crew, when Reid reported back, 4 crew green after splashdown, that's what we hoped for, right? So that was pretty awesome. And then when they started, we saw Christina come out of the capsule. Then I was like, okay, we're here.
Okay, we'll take, sorry, Emmett.
No, it's okay. Mine's easy. It'll be tomorrow when I see my friends again.
All right, one more from the phone and then back into the room. So the phone question will come from Russell Pounds from Pacific Rim Media.
Hi, this is Russell calling from Alaska today. Congratulations to all. And I'll tell you, there were tears of joy in the room here where we were watching. My question is about logistics. I'm thinking about all of the moving parts it takes to bring food, power, telecom, and so forth on a complicated mission. What were some of the logistics lessons learned that might be useful to organizations back here on Earth?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think a good start. I mean, it's incredibly challenging to get to plan for a mission like this. Even though Orion's a pretty big spacecraft, making sure we have everything we need. We think we count through contingencies. We lose systems sometimes. We worry about that. We want to make sure we have everything ready to go. I will tell you, though, that, just having thought about this for a while, the logistics of flying a 10-day mission, even this far away, pales in comparison to the logistics of keeping crew on space station constantly going. So I would say that a lot of our logistics learnings have been derived from that. That's not just, consumables and water and gas, et cetera, but it's also thinking about the reliability of the systems and when they're going to fail. It's hard to predict sometimes, how to do that, sparing the machine and making sure we have everything pre-positioned in the event that we have failures. That comes from a lot of learning, both pre-flight and in-flight. And so, but in-space logistics is going to be a huge challenge for us going forward as we really contemplate a moon base, but hopefully we'll be able to feed forward, lessons from obviously this mission, but I think from Space Station Together as we build that moon base.
Okay, we'll take a few more here in the room. We'll go in the middle there.
Hi, Jishnu Nair, Houston Business Journal, echoing congratulations on a great mission. While we were following along, we had a lot of voices from the space industry, especially here in Houston, kind of chime in and express their support and as well. And I know that a lot of those companies are working on specific NASA proposals or submissions, but in general, how would you say you'd like to see the industry kind of respond to the kind of achievement that NASA has done here and hopes to continue with Artemis?
I'll take the first stab on that one. How I'd like to see industry respond is to take this as not just the inspiration, but the challenge. You've heard that we really want to speed up our cadence and be able to return our crew back to space within a year and to the surface of the moon in 2 years. In fact, hopefully land on the moon twice in 2028. In order to do that, we're not going to be able to do that alone. We need all of industry to work and come along with us, and they need to accept that challenge and come with us and really start the production lines that are going to be required in order to achieve that goal.
Okay, let's hear in the white hat.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. I just have some words of recognition for you all and the entire Artemis team. What you have done this week is remind the people of Earth that wonder is worth chasing, that curiosity is not a luxury, it is the most human thing we have. You didn't just test a spacecraft, you tested mankind's potential and carried all of us with you in the process. Every kid who looked up at the moon this week did it differently because of you. People who needed something to believe in found it in that splashdown tonight. So thank you, not just for the data, and not just for the mission, but for proving that the pursuit of what's possible is still alive and well. We are so grateful.
Thank you for that.
Very well said. Thank you for that. I would tell you that, for everybody listening, this is the taxpayers' program. The people paid for this. The people invested in this. They invested in all of the things that we do, and so we're grateful for the support.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions, and then we'll go ahead and wrap. We have one here, and then further back.
Hello, congrats. Emily Martin from CID's Best Friends. Reid Wiseman addressed a shout out to the ESM right after it separated from Orion, saying that it powered their journey on the moon with perfection. I was wondering what comments you might have on the performances of the ESM and on the future of that collaboration with Europe.
Yeah, I would say that the European Service Module in general performed as expected. I know we learned a little bit about the pressurization system, and we'll work on that. But overall, really great part of our spacecraft. Really appreciate our European partnership. We do have continued partnership with them for Artemis III, 4. We're building ESM 5 as well, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward.
All right, we'll take one final question.
Hi there, Chelsea Torres with Fox again. Congratulations on a historic mission. Again, test flight, and one thing that we are as humans are explorers. And so I'm curious if you're able to kind of talk about this. During the lunar flyby, we saw the excitement not just from the crew, but also from everyone in mission control. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you, whether it was the Terminator, the certain pictures and data, anything at all that you can speak to that maybe you didn't know before about the lunar surface, our planet, space itself that you'd like to speak about? Thank you.
I'm just going to call out the one thing that I thought was truly unique about this mission. I mean, certainly there's a ton of new things that we've done with having our crew observe far side of the moon and being able to observe these features after their incredible training. But I'll tell you, the one thing that really stands out to me is being able to watch our crew observe an eclipse by having the moon passing between their spacecraft and the sun. That was a totally unique experience and something that I was so so proud that we could all participate and travel along with them and experience that moment.
All right, that's all the time we have today. Thank you very much to our participants today and to all of you for following along. You can find the latest information about our missions on nasa.gov and hopefully soon information about the expected arrival time of the crew back in Houston tomorrow. Thank you.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
From Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NASA Public Affairs Office, please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me? Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Hey, Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media eager to talk to you.
Courtney, we have you loud and clear.
Wonderful. We have a room full of media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and hop straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Reid. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this. And that was an emotional moment for me. And I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
We'll take our next question in the room here from Joey. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I'm curious, Reid, and for anyone else who wants to answer it, how has this mission changed you guys personally in your views of the moon? These photos make it look kind of intimidating and beastly, and just curious to hear your thoughts on how you guys have also changed during this mission personally. Thank you.
I had an opportunity earlier to answer this question from my own perspective, and we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from, but I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. The perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that. It's almost like seeing living proof of it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. If you are on the phone bridge and have a question, just a reminder to press *1. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Integrity. It's so wonderful to speak with you. This is Jackie Waddles with CNN. Obviously, there is a huge moment coming up with reentry. Can you describe your feelings, how you're preparing for that moment mentally and physically? And then as you prepare for the end of the journey, what are some moments that you know that you'll take with you for the rest of your life from this journey? Thank you.
It started off sounding like an easy question for me to answer, and then it got really big. But I guess the entry thing, I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said Splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well. So I have to answer that question later. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's a lot. and lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Kelly Malone with Canadian Press. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Malone with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of excitement about scientific advancements as a result of the mission. You just spoke about the data, and I know you've spoken about training on robotics in Montreal. What are the takeaways from these missions so far that might be applied to robotics or other international tech efforts in the future? And just a quick personal note for Jeremy. I'm told you got a surprise message from your family. Can you share what it was like to hear from them?
Advancements in robotics? Well, when I think about the Artemis program in general, we've already seen some investments in pushing robotic technology forward for deep space that we're going to see put to good use in one way or another. And this is the beauty of this program that brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done. We're going to need the advances in robotics. It's really hard out here. We're a long way from home. We've been learning the entire journey. We've been watching Mission Control learn. You do a lot of testing on the ground, but your final test is when you get this hardware to space, and it's a doozy. And our team has just performed. They've just knocked it out of the park, but it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell they are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them. And so when we get these next generation robotics on the surface of the moon and out in deep space, there's going to be some challenges, there's going to be some failures along the way, and there's going to be some learning that happens. On the personal note, yes, I had some videos from all of my family, my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, and my wife, Catherine. And when you're out in deep space by the moon and you are listening to a video they recorded for you before you launch, that's something.
We all had it so great, yep.
Okay, our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, good evening. For anybody who'd like to answer, how do you think the flight has contributed to the broader Artemis program? Of course, it's not over yet, but what do you think the crew has already brought to the table for the next couple of missions? Thank you.
Well, I love this question because part of our ethos as a crew and our values from the very beginning were that this is a relay race. In fact, we have batons that we bought to symbolize physically that. We plan to hand them to the next crew, and every single thing that we do is with them in mind. Oftentimes, it's actually easier in human spaceflight, especially on a first mission, to accept some of the things that aren't working quite right or the operational workarounds. And we have actually been diligent to try to fix everything, and we're always thinking from the perspective as what is the next crew going to think about this? How will this help them to succeed? So manual piloting the vehicle, making sure that the procedures and the processes for making everything work are all as they should be. Then there's the human side of it. How are our provisions? How are our food? How is the human system working in here? Taking the time to do all of the developmental flight test objectives that have been scheduled. So both in the vehicle and all in the last 3 years, we've really just worked to make sure that they are set up for success, and that's all of the teams, not just the crew, but the flight control teams, the mission engineering rooms, the launch teams, everyone. We've done our best to bring folks together, and and to make sure that we can be the best we can be. Obviously, just testing, putting humans in this vehicle is the easy thing to see, and we hope that we've capitalized on that and made it as much as it can be for our time here.
Our next question is from Alex Wilson with the Weather Channel.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time. You're space experts, yet time and time again, we've heard you amazed by things that you've seen on this mission. So what has been the biggest scientific surprise or discovery for you?
The whole mission, truly the whole mission, but we saw really amazing simulations made by our lunar science team about what the eclipse would look like when the moon was 30, 35 times bigger than the sun. But seeing that,
Communications, we should be regaining them here.
We lost your video and handheld mic audio stream. We are troubleshooting.
All right, Jenny, we see the issue and we're correcting it. We'll probably need about 30 seconds and then we should be streaming again.
Copy. Sounds great. Thank you.
okay, comm check. How about now? Are we back with you?
And Jenny, how much of Victor's answer did you hear?
Yeah, we have you back, video, and the handheld mic seems to be back up too, and Victor should repeat his answer. Over to PAO.
Okay, the thing that we saw that really surprised me the most is we trained to view the eclipse from the far side of the moon, or after going beyond the far side of the moon. We saw great simulations made by our lunar science team, but when that actually happened, it just blew us all away. I mean, you heard the reaction real time, but it was the fact that we trained for it, and it almost was a thing that we were, I don't want to say unhappy about, but launching on April 1st meant the far side wasn't as illuminated as we were hoping. And so, that thing seemed to be a consolation, and it was one of the greatest gifts of that part of the mission.
Okay, we'll come back here in the room to Andrea. Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle. I'd like to hear about life inside Orion. Christina, in the fall you said the capsule would feel bigger in microgravity. Does it feel bigger? And at what moments do you find that you're bumping into your crewmates? And what tips will you be given to future crews?
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need. But the answer to your question is yes, it is bigger in microgravity, and yes, we are bumping into each other 100% of the time. A phrase that you often hear in the cabin is, "Don't move your foot, I'm just going to reach for something right under it," or, "Can I get get there, and my goal is to get over there. And we're constantly moving around, whether it's to complete a task, to just eat, to look out the window, to take a picture. Everything we do in here is a 4-person activity. But it's also really fun.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Thank you, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's good to talk with you all. Victor, I want to go to a comment that you made a couple of hours into the lunar observations. You said, and I quote you here, "The Terminator is calling to me." What was it about the observation of the Terminator specifically that was so captivating for you and the rest of your crew? Thank you.
One being 3,500 miles from it. I mean, it was so big, and now it wasn't an image on a screen, but it was all of the things we had talked about in training, the terrain, how you can see features based on how high they are above the surface and how low things were. And there were holes that, craters that appeared to just be endless, bottomless pits, and then peaks that seemed to be, I couldn't tell how high, but you could just really get a sense of the relief down on the surface. And to look down on it from so close or over at it from so close was just, it was hard to describe. When you are in an airplane flying back past, Flagstaff, you're looking out the window trying to, identify a meteor crater or looking out trying to find the Grand Canyon. And this was the same thing. But imagine if you had seen Meteor Crater or the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Our next question is from the phone bridge from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, so great to talk to you for. The world has been watching along with your journey with such enthusiasm and joy. Do you have any sense or feedback of how your mission has reached the masses back on Earth? And does that influence you at all when you speak and narrate your journey?
Thank you for this question. We have had, I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than it was asked, but I'll get there in a second. But we have had a chance, the four of us, we've had 2 opportunities each to have very brief video chats with our families. And I will tell you, first of all, the 4 of us are now forged in a friendship that is very unique, and we will cherish this bond that we share for the rest of our lives. And then one of the neatest things being a crewmate on this spacecraft is not being in the family conference, but hearing your crewmates giggling and crying and just gasping and listening and loving their families from afar. Family is so important to all 4 of us, and that has been amazing. And when I got to talk to my daughters, Ellie and Katie, for the first time, I just couldn't even speak. I was just so overjoyed. I was crying. I mean, it is an amazing experience. But what also came from that is really our source of news on planet Earth. And those family members have been our source of how the mission is going from the public perspective. Obviously, they're all biased. Although most of our kids are teenagers, so maybe they're not quite that biased. But they're biased. But what we had really hoped, and we said it a lot before, I mean, we really are here to serve NASA, to serve our 2 nations, Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and the international community. And we're here to serve for Artemis II. But what we really hoped in our soul is that we could, for just a moment, have the world pause and remember that this is a beautiful planet in a very special place in our universe, and we should all cherish what we have been gifted. And I think for the folks that decided to tune in, and it sounds like it was quite a few, this has happened. And for that, we are eternally grateful.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, great to hear from you all. You had 40 minutes of a pretty profound solitude. You were, farther from Earth than any humans before you. No means to communicate with Earth. It was really just the 4 of you, the spacecraft, and the moon. Can you talk us through what that moment felt like?
Well, Courtney's running this press conference, and she knows I always speak the truth, sometimes with a little bit of embellishment. But I will tell you exactly as it went. When we watched that Earth eclipse behind the moon, Wow, I'm actually getting chills right now just thinking about my palms are sweating. But it is amazing to watch your home planet disappear behind the moon. You could see the atmosphere. You could actually see the terrain in the moon projected across the Earth as the Earth was eclipsing behind the moon. It was just an unbelievable sight. And then it was gone. It was out of sight. And we took a moment here. We had a lot of scientific work to do right there. That was probably the most critical lunar observations for our geology team. But the four of us took a moment. We shared maple cookies that Jeremy had brought, and we took about 3 or 4 minutes just as a crew to really reflect on where we were, and then it was right back into the science. And it is a surreal feeling, but we had a lot of work to do too, and I think that kept our focus. And so it's only come like later, and we still haven't even begun to reflect on this mission. We had a little bit of a light work day yesterday, and we were starting to journal and reflect a little bit. And there's a lot that our brains have to process. Human minds should not go through what these just went through, and it is a true gift. And we have a lot that we just need to think about and journal and write, and then we'll get the full feeling of what we just went through.
Take our last question here in the room. Go ahead.
Hello, Artemis crew. This is Rebecca Morell from BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day across hundreds of thousands of miles with a team on the ground. This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get, like, as an adult. I mean, we are close, like, brothers and sisters. 100%. And that is a privilege we will never have again. I have to say, I don't think there's anything I would say I won't miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks. And those things are all worth it.
All right, that's unfortunately all of the time we have for today. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you have captivated the world through this mission. We're all watching, we're all cheering you on, and we can't wait to welcome you home in a few days. Thanks for joining.
It was great hearing your voice again, Courtney. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all the participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Integrity Houston, you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
ABC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me?
Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
I hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible, because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen?
Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first, because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all four of us in our tracks.
What has been most surprising to you about this so far?
Well, I think probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when those solid rocket boosters actually lit and we left the pad. It was just a moment of disbelief, and yeah, the fact that we launched, it just totally takes you by surprise, even though you're expecting it, at least for me anyway. And I just had a huge smile across my face.
Did it feel different? Because I can imagine that's such a powerful rocket. That must have felt different for you.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth riding those solids was. We all expected a really just dynamic ride, a lot of motion. We were prepared to potentially not being able to see telemetry, maybe even not being able to, touch switches, and it was very smooth. It was a definite difference when they separated and we were just on the main engines, but just a steady rumble and a great ride.
What do you want to tell Americans here at home who are watching this right now? They're quite amazed at the fact that you are speaking to us on the way to the moon right now. What do you want to tell them about this particular mission and why it's so important?
First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you. Your support and trust in us has enabled this, and so many people that have worked for so long to make this possible. But also, we're just getting started. We've worked really hard, and even though we were a little surprised to actually launch yesterday, we have a lot of mission left ahead of us. And so I really want to tell them, stay tuned and keep tabs on what's going on. NASA's doing a great job of communicating all the things to come.
I can't even tell you how many cheers were there on the ground. I was there watching you all lift off from the Kennedy Space Center, and everyone was so excited, so happy, and that was just incredible. Jeremy, I know this is your first time in space, and you're surrounded by all of these space vets. What's it been like for you that this is your first mission there?
There has been a tremendous amount of disbelief for me. It's just so extraordinary. I just kept saying to them yesterday, I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner. It's just such a tremendous place to be. The views are extraordinary. It's really fun to be floating around, and it just makes me feel like a little kid.
I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the plumber?
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board. So we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine. It was just an issue, I think, of sitting for a long time and needing a little time to warm up, a priming issue. But we did originally think that there could have been potentially something fouling up the motor. And luckily, we are all systems go.
Oh, well, I'm sure I could see the faces right there. Y'all are very happy about that. I see that you're very cozy in there. It's tight quarters, but it was also a little chilly, I heard.
It is quite cold, and we're wishing we had the lower temperature sleeping bags with us. But right before this PAO event started, I pulled my knit cap off, and I'm ready to put it back on. But Houston's been working with us to change fan speeds and temperature set points, and we've actually been able to warm it up a lot better in the last half a day or so. Our last nap before TLI, we got a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's a really interesting question. How is it that you take a nap in there? What does sleeping even look like?
Well, let's see. So we've been off the planet for, about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just gathered for our first meal together in space. That is how busy we have been the last day and a half. It has been really an amazing beginning flight plan. But sleeping here is it's actually sort of comical. Christina has been sleeping heads down in the middle of the vehicle, kind of like a bat suspended from our docking tunnel. Victor's been up where Jeremy is right now. He's got a nice little nook wedged in there. And then Jeremy has been stretched out on seat 1, and I've been sleeping under the displays just in case anything goes wrong. It's more comfortable than you would think, and it's nice. It's nice to sleep in weightlessness again. Every time I was dozing off last night, I had that image that I was tripping off a curb and I was waking myself up. So my body's getting reacclimated. It's been a few years since I've been up here.
I've heard it's the best sleep up in space. Do you feel the weight of history knowing that you're going to be traveling farther than any other human?
You know, it's a remarkable thing. You would think it would be weighty, but we just feel like we're lifted up by the team that supports us, and you just sort of execute the plan. A lot of people telling us how to work this and manage this vehicle, and a lot of great training, and you just kind of go step by step, which I think is pretty remarkable what this team can do, and it really highlights their excellence.
And I think I just want to add, we just got done our translunar injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second, and when we got done that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We have been to the moon before in 1968 through 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back, and I got to tell you, there is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing the gravity of that.
Yeah, nothing normal about this. What are you most excited about once you get to the moon?
Having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited for that. And then of course heading home. Right now we're in our cruise phase outbound, but we'll be turning our sights back on our home planet shortly. Shorter probably, it's going to fly by, but we're just excited for both of those milestones.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to send to the American people about what you're seeing out that window?
Well, the first thing I would say is trust us. You look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or what you look like. We're all one people. And so, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. We call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Integrity, what an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the ABC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from Fox News.
910 ready. Integrity, this is Trace Gallagher with Fox News. How do you hear me?
Hey, Trace, we got you loud and clear. How about us?
I've got you loud and clear. I want to explain to the audience that there is a 4-second delay, so there'll be some pause between the questions and the answers. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first humans to leave Earth's orbit in some 54 years? Is there a difference in Earth's orbit and being outside the orbit?
Well, we are still technically in Earth's orbit, although we did just do our translunar injection burn, and so we are definitely 100% on our way to the moon. The lunar gravity will take over in a couple of days here and start pulling us around the far side. At the end of our translunar injection here about an hour and a half ago, we just really looked at each other, and I know the United States has done this 1968 through 1972, but this is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, it really is unbelievable to us. We watched this thing. It was just this flawless launch, and it was unbelievable to watch. And what really fascinates me about this is that you, in a few days, will become the first humans to travel the farthest in space, more than anybody else has ever done. It took us a long time to get back here, and now we're about to exceed that. Is that a moment of pride? Is it a moment of history? How do we feel about that?
It's great you brought that up. We were aware that we would pass that milestone if we happened to launch on this date. There were other days where we wouldn't have necessarily. So we are not necessarily a crew that lives on superlatives, but it is a milestone that's important. It's important that people can understand and wrap their heads around what is the latest in what we're doing. What does this mean relative to what we've done in the past? What are we going to be pushing for into the future? We think that the journey that we've been on and all of our teams have been on with us is so much more than just one number. But we also hope that that number just keeps being exceeded and exceeded by the future crews. That's why we're here, to build a legacy for the future.
You know, it's interesting because yesterday, I mean, this thing went off almost perfectly, right? It was on time. Was that surprising? Because, you know, you look back just in recent history and missions tend to be delayed, sometimes hours, sometimes days. This thing went pretty much according to what everybody was hoping it would do. Was that somewhat surprising when they said we are a go for launch?
Yes. You know, it was surprising. I think we were, you know, we like to say that we're prepared without having an expectation. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you kind of hope you launch. And then when we got really close, it was like, wait, we're getting ready to go to space. And when those solids lit, you know, it was a ride where you're trying to be professional, but the kid inside of you wants to break out and just hoot and holler. But what I wanted to say about that was, our exploration ground systems team, our launch control team, they have had some time to practice since February and March and really dial in their procedures and learn and grow. And so I just want to give them some credit. It was an example of how hard they've been working lately that we launched. And it even though we didn't get to really watch, but it felt beautiful.
Yeah, they should give themselves a big round of applause because it really, I know it felt beautiful. It certainly looked beautiful. Very quickly, Victor Glover, while I have you on the microphone, we are broadcasting across the nation, but we're focused. We're based in Los Angeles. And I thought since you were from Southern California, maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your friends and family here.
Oh, well, of course. My mom lives there, my grandparents, all the cousins, aunts, and uncles, and just everybody in California. Thank you for all of the support and the love for all of these years. So many of my career milestones happened in that special place. That will always be home, no matter where the government sends me. You're going with us.
How has it been? Yeah, how has it been on board now for your first night? I know you haven't gotten much sleep. They keep waking you up. They kind of send out the songs they are doing. And I hear, Christina, that you are somehow sleeping upside down or face down. Maybe you can explain that to us.
Sure. Yes, it has been a great couple of days just learning how to live in Orion. And I would love to give a quick shout out to our families before we keep going on with the questions, just because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them, and it's just so great to have had their support building up to the launch, and we miss you guys already. Living in Orion isn't quite the same as being at home with our families, but yes, some of the exciting things are the burns that we do. They kick off with such an acceleration that most things that you see Velcroed around that aren't actually fastened down all fall down to the floor of Orion. But speaking of floors and ceilings, it actually is just all by convention only. There is no difference between up and down. And so, yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there and my head down here, and it's very comfortable. I think I'll probably stay there the whole mission unless someone kicks me out. So we're finding out how to make this space capsule a home.
Maybe we can hand it to Jeremy Hansen here. And Jamie, you can also say hello, give a shout out to your family. And I'm wondering, while you do that, if you'd like to tell us if there have been any glitches, any problems. I know we heard there was some kind of an issue with the onboard toilet, but beyond that, are we good so far?
Yeah, great to have a chance just to say thanks to my family and missing them, and for the support from Canadians back home. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and do this. We did have another little surprise today. I mean, the vehicle is in great shape, and we feel like everything's going really smoothly. But on our way to the translunar injection burn inside of 20 minutes, we did get warning message that, emergency message for cabin leak suspected, which grabs your attention because this is right when you're coming through some of the higher density orbits and you might run into something. And, you go from 20 minutes to doing this burn where you're going to head to the moon to thinking about, are we going to cancel this burn, start getting in our spacesuits, and then trying to figure out how to get home in a day or less. And luckily, that was just a little anomaly, and the Houston helped us out. They confirmed they were seeing good cabin pressure, as were we on board, and we did the burn, and now we're on our way to the moon. Feeling good about Integrity. She's a good ship.
It's going to be fantastic. Reid Wiseman, you are the commander of this mission. Maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your family as well. And I'm wondering, the responsibility, does it weigh heavy on you? Do you feel like, I'm just not going to go to sleep. I'm going to make sure that we do everything we need to do. What is it like to be the commander of something so historic and something that people have been waiting for so long?
Well, to answer that, I'm learning from my crewmates here. I'm flying in space with two of the most skilled astronauts that we have, most accomplished astronauts. And Jeremy, on his first day in orbit yesterday, was just getting the job done 100%. So my job here is pretty easy. Definitely sometimes you get a little bit nervous. There's a couple things that caught our attention so far, but it's going great. And my job is very easy. I am definitely getting pulled along by my crewmates. And then you gave me the opportunity. I'm taking it. Say hi to my family, my parent, my dad back in Maryland, and my brother. Probably heading home to Washington, and then everybody back in Houston. My daughters, my girlfriend, everybody's doing great back there. Thank you.
I guess really, lastly, what we really need to know is, are you happy so far with the food? Are you happy so far with the wake-up songs and the music? Any kind of request that we can make on your behalf while we get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later? We get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later.
We just had our first meal together. That's how busy it's been. And this morning, our lead public affairs, Courtney Beasley, we heard her voice come on the radio first, and she introduced the songs and some amazing messages from the teams across this international program that has put this vehicle together. And we all agreed we would wake up slow and get into the day easy and quiet. And this morning, we all got up cheering and rocking and getting everything ready to go. It was the perfect way to start our day.
Yeah, well, you are making history. Reid Wiseman, Christina, Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover. Congratulations to all of you. America, the world is with you. We are watching every moment of this journey, and we will cheer you when you get back and along the way. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you, and safe travels.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we're now resuming operational audio comm.
From ABC Space Headquarters in New York.
10, 9.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
4, 3.
Not because they are easy.
1, 0.
But because they are hard.
Liftoff. Artemis II.
Bound for the moon.
This is a new frontier. There is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort.
Artemis II, the historic mission to the moon.
The 4 astronauts making history, flying further from Earth than any humans before them.
Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier.
We choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
History being made, beginning to see parts of the far side of the moon.
It is absolutely spectacular.
We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now. Just absolutely phenomenal. You guys look great.
And now, 4 astronauts coming home.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's terrifying at work? When you start a new job and there's no training. None of the processes are documented and you're completely on your own. Let me show you one of the best kept work secrets. It's called Scribe. Go to scribehal.com. Click Capture, do the task once, and Scribe makes a step-by-step guide you can share automatically. You ever walk someone through a giant process and know they'll forget half of it? Well, Scribe puts everything they need to know. Instructions, pictures, videos, all in one page. So the next time they ask, you can send them the link. I know what you're thinking, they still click the wrong thing half the time. Well, check this out. Scribe will literally guide them through it. Click by click. Warning, they're going to think you're a genius and ask how you did it. Just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehal.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
One Choice Life Insurance helps to protect your family financially if the unexpected happens. Choose a cover amount from $100,000 up to $2 million, depending on your age. Plus, there are no medical or blood tests to apply. Get a quote today. Search One Choice Life Insurance.
Reporting from ABC News headquarters in New York, David Muir.
Those 4 heroes almost here. Good evening, everyone. We are coming back on the air tonight because at this very moment, the crew of Artemis II is in the final stages of this historic and truly inspiring journey from the Earth around the moon and back, the first human mission to the moon in more than 50 years. Take a live look at this hour. The crew will be traveling at roughly 24,000 miles per hour when they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. That'll be at about 7:53 Eastern, so just about 20 minutes from now. Now, NASA is planning splashdown at about 8:07 Eastern time, right off the coast of Southern California near San Diego. We'll be listening to communications between Mission Control and the crew throughout the night here. Just moments from now, the 4 astronauts in the Orion capsule will detach from the service module, as it's called, which has provided propulsion and power, and then soon after, inside their own capsule, they will soon re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Now, this mission, one for the history books already, liftoff, captivating people all over the world, right here in the U.S., of course. That rocket, taller than the Statue of Liberty from the top to the bottom, weighing nearly 6 million pounds when it blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center. This was just 10 days ago. The crew sending back spectacular images during their voyage around the far side of the moon, viewing parts of the lunar surface never before seen by human eyes. The Earth visible in the distance just below the moon's horizon there. The astronauts' emotional group hug, one of the many displays of their close bond and teamwork. And right now, it'll be up to NASA to complete the final hurdle to get them home back to their families. My family right here, our team here in Southern California, and right here in the studio with me to witness this final leg of this historic journey. with all of you at home watching tonight. And so many of us have said this is something that has been such a wonderful break from everything else we've been watching on the news and taking in these historic images coming in from space. And as you can see there on the clock, 19 minutes to go. That is until re-entry. This is the separation you're looking right now. Let's listen.
Service module separation, and a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
Job well done. We like hearing those words. The separation of the module from the capsule still carrying the astronauts. That capsule now will have to be angled just right for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. And as I mentioned, going at about 24,000 miles per hour, it'll be tested, that heat shield, which we might see in some of these images being beamed back by the capsule and fed to us live by NASA at this hour. This feed will probably be going in and out like we've seen these last couple of moments. It'll face a real test. This is mission control, of course. The real test comes at about 7:53. That's the re-entry into the atmosphere facing blistering heat. Temperatures nearing 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're talking about temperatures that we don't talk about unless we're talking about the surface of the sun. That's what that capsule will face. The heat shield will, of course, protect the astronauts. But I loved hearing job well done, the first part of this crucial phase, which they said would happen at about 7:33. And NASA keeps a tight clock going, right? Susan Kilrain with us here, former NASA astronaut, the youngest person, one of only 3 women to pilot the space shuttle. Susan, you've been great for this entire 10-day journey, giving us sort of a window into this. You know, I've been listening to so many former astronauts, retired astronauts who have said, you know, the real nerves, the real anxiety is back here on Earth for the rest of us. That the astronauts doing the work up there, they're just trying to get home.
They're just doing their jobs, and they have trained for it for years, and so they're ready. They're strapped into their seats. They're ready. This is a momentous occasion. It all comes down to the re-entry and those parachutes deploying on time and slowing them down so they can safely land in the water.
So take us inside the capsule, the module, inside Orion right now. The visors come down. They have what are called essentially umbilicals that send in cool air. And they're fully aware of this real test that lies ahead here at 7:53, that intense heat. Take us inside the module. Do they sense any of that other than just simply the knowledge of what they're about to go through?
Oh, they'll be able to see it. They'll be able to see it. It looks similar to if you're flying inside a fireball, and it gets so hot on the outside surfaces that you're seeing, you know, yellows and oranges and reds and even whites, which is, you know, the hottest. It's not really fire; it's more like friction. But the temperature, they'll be able to see it, and you're right. They will stay cool inside their spacesuits. And that will keep them at a reasonable temperature. They're also wearing their compression garments because they're going to start feeling the G-forces.
And how long will they feel that for? You said they can actually feel the shaking of the capsule. They'll see it with their own eyes. How long does it last?
The entire reentry is several minutes, and we will lose comm. We'll lose communications. The ground will not be able to talk to them, and they won't be able to talk to the ground during that time either. So it's the glorious time when you hear that they're back in communications after that re-entry.
Yeah, so don't be alarmed at home when we go into that 6 minutes of silence from the capsule. Let's take a look right now at Mission Control. Let's listen in. They're, of course, in contact with the astronauts. Job well done with the module.
Integrity. Good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
The raise burn, you can see there the clock in the corner, 15 minutes now until re-entry.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
It's really incredible.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity, Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, For the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
So just to let you know what's just happened is that final turn of the capsule to make sure it hits reentry at precisely the right angle. To make sure that they deal with as little of the heat as possible, right? Essentially, they know they're going to hit 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit GO, but when they say that mission accomplished, at least in this part of the journey, that's the crucial moment where they do the final preparation of the angle with which they'll re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
The angle, and they want to separate the capsule from that service module. They want to give it enough separation so that they're not too close to each other as they both re-enter the atmosphere, because remember, they're both going to be hitting the Earth's atmosphere at that 5,000 degrees. And that is so crucial. That heat shield is so crucial. We've been talking about this being the most dangerous moment of the entire mission, and that's for a reason. But I should tell you, when we tested this back in 2022 with Artemis I, there were some issues with the protective coating, the thermal coating on that heat shield. There was some cracking that they found later on, but the capsule did survive, and that's what was critical. And in this case, in this entire mission, this Orion capsule has performed better than anyone expected.
And NASA has repeatedly said that they are confident. They did a number of tests, significant testing, in fact, after the previous mission to make sure that that heat shield could withstand what we're about to witness here.
Exactly right, because that is exactly what you don't want. You don't want anything chipping away. You don't want anything cracking, because what was happening was that basically that heat was building up under that protective coating, and it was cracking that. So you don't want anything that could endanger this crew.
Susan, what do you make of the heat shield? The fact that we're going into this, we saw some of the tests the last time, NASA saying, and you're a part of NASA, and you know they work hard to make sure everything is absolutely foolproof as they go into these missions, as they are about to face this crucial test.
That's right. They would not have sent these 4 astronauts and this mission if they weren't 100% confident that the heat shield could withstand these temperatures for that amount of time. They changed the trajectory before they shallowed it out so that they didn't get up to 5,000 degrees on Artemis I, but they were under the temperature for a very long time, longer than they're going to do today. So they'll get up to 5,000 degrees, but the length of time they'll experience it will be much shorter.
It's really fascinating, Susan, how you describe. They'll see flashes of red and even the white, which signals the warmest of the fire and the flames. They go into a communications blackout, as you say, because of the plasma and the heat, but that is expected. Don't be alarmed again at home for those 6 minutes or so when we won't hear from the astronauts. We're going to keep an ear very close to what we're hearing from Mission Control, but I wanted to show you at home what we've been talking about. This is one of the most critical components of the Orion capsules, the heat shield, protecting the astronauts during re-entry. Set Orion's course for re-entry to try to ensure that the shield spends as little time as possible in that extreme heat. The heat shield is the only thing standing between the crew and, of course, the danger they face as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So the Artemis II astronauts will re-enter the atmosphere at about 7:53 here. We have 11 minutes to go before we witness this moment, the capsule generating a tremendous amount of heat as the atmosphere slows down their spacecraft up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But as Susan said, that's a split moment. The numbers then begin to decrease almost immediately. But the astronauts are fully aware of the heat that they're facing. Even in the capsule, they'll see it. The heat shield here at the bottom of the crew capsule, you saw it there in the animation as you're looking at right now, but you saw the real thing just moments ago. It protects them from the heat. It spans about 16.5 feet in diameter. It's comprised of about 186 tiles or so fitted onto a titanium and composite frame. It's designed to burn off during re-entry to protect the astronauts, transferring the heat away from the spacecraft. And again, NASA has repeatedly said that they did a number of tests after the first Artemis mission to make sure that this heat shield was up to the task that we will witness here tonight. Let's listen back in Mission Control.
The parachutes will ultimately slow integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
They're talking about the significant parachute system that they have in place, a series of parachutes, actually, that will begin to deploy.
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Trajectory right on, which means 10 minutes from now we'll see that crucial re-entry followed by 13 minutes before splashdown. Those 13 minutes will include about 6 minutes when we will not be hearing from the astronauts themselves. That, again, is expected. That's because of the intense heat, the plasma that basically engulfs the capsule.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
It's like co-anchoring with NASA, only you don't know when they're going to talk. So you just want to let them explain, because it's really fascinating. There is the path right there. And just so you know, there are a team of not only NASA employees, the NASA medical team, but also members of the U.S. Navy. The USS John Murtha is stationed near the splashdown zone. Navy divers will immediately race to that capsule. They will inspect it. They will put around the capsule basically an inflatable raft, if you will, that's called sort of the front porch, is what they've nicknamed it. They'll inspect the capsule itself.
The EI roll 180 attitude.
As they prepare for this crucial moment 8 minutes from now. Let's listen.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good baros. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
You're hearing the NASA reference to the timing here. They're talking about the splashdown, which of course is the moment we will all celebrate, the splashdown in the Pacific. The countdown that we have up in the corner of the screen is just really as a guide for all of you at home to know the steps of this. The next crucial step is about 7 minutes from now. It's coming up very shortly, 7 minutes, 45 seconds or so, until this crucial reentry.
The weather conditions remain
traveling about 24,000 miles an hour. You can see the reflection, if you will, of one of the crew members in the screen there. Susan had told us before they'll be able to see the heat as they pass through it. It's extraordinary to think that they'll be traveling as fast as 24,000 miles an hour when they hit that moment, 32 times the speed of sound, 45 times faster than a commercial airliner. Will Reeve is standing by live in Southern California, right there on the coast, the splashdown site not far from where Will is. And Will, the big question is, will we hear a sonic boom, which is expected sometime after 8 o'clock Eastern?
That's right, David. Good evening to you here on the beach in Coronado, right around the San Diego area. Just miles out that way is where we are expecting splashdown. And we're told that in about 20 or so minutes, we will possibly hear a sonic boom. That is the capsule making its arrival very well heard around here as it plummets to Earth. And I keep thinking about the fact that these astronauts are going in, re-entering Earth's atmosphere head first at 4 Gs. That's like going on a roller coaster from 400,000 feet in the air head first toward the ocean. That is what they will be dealing with. And we will hear the sonic boom, and that will be the announcement of the Orion making its presence known here. And then the rest of the recovery operations hopefully will go underway smoothly.
We're all hoping for that. We'll stay tuned with us for the coverage. We've been listening into Mission Control. They say the configuration for re-entry has been achieved. One more sign that they believe that they are, in fact, for this re-entry, which is now just 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes from now.
No action required.
I want to bring in Leslie Lopez, meteorologist. Many of you watching in the West at this hour are very familiar with Leslie from her work on KABC. She has joined ABC News, the network now, as a meteorologist. And so what a night to join us, Leslie. What a moment of history to witness. And I'm glad you're part of the team and here to witness this with us. And the weather, I'm glad about that too. What are you seeing?
Thank you. Oh, fabulous. David, thank you so much. That was a really wonderful, warm welcome. It's great to be here on the West Coast. It's a beautiful day. You'll notice, though, the wind is going, and that is one of the criteria for re-entry for the recovery. So let's talk about what this is all looking like as far as the weather picture is concerned, and do we have all the criteria that will make this a successful splashdown? Right now, the recovery criteria, you're looking at it, wave height under 6 feet, yes. Yes, we have that. Winds, they are right around 10 miles per hour at the moment. They need to be under 28, so we're good. That's a go. Also looking at visibility and cloud coverage. Now, we do have a cloud layer. If you know anything about San Diego, that coastal eddy, that's that cloud layer that banks up against the coastline. That is going to be there. However, the good news is you're going to see the cloud ceiling. That's from the ocean up to the bottom of that cloud. There's enough room there for that recovery effort from an aerial standpoint to still continue. So that continues to be a go. But there will be a period where we won't see the vessel coming through a layer of clouds, and then it'll reappear, and hopefully that's going to be great, and we're going to get all the aerial support needed. And then of course there's vessels in the ocean getting ready for that. There is a storm I do want to mention that is just to the north into Northern California, Central California. Timing couldn't be better. That doesn't arrive till tomorrow. So again, this is all looking very successful and positive as far as the weather picture.
All just telling us essentially that the weather is cooperating significantly here. A number of factors around the splash zone, but not the zone itself, which is really encouraging to hear. Mission Control saying just moments ago that it will be, as we were saying earlier, a true 6 minutes of silence from these astronauts when they re-enter the atmosphere in about 3.5 minutes from now. Susan, as those astronauts like to say, they're just doing the work, but are you feeling the nerves right now?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of how the families are feeling.
Yeah.
The families are probably extremely nervous, and I get that. I mean, I understand that. They are going, I mean, we're looking for 3 things to happen perfectly. The attitude is set. They have to maintain that attitude. The heat shield has to hold, and the parachutes have to do their job. And those families aren't going to be happy until their loved ones are on that Navy ship.
That is completely understandable. In fact, we've kept sort of an arm's length from the families. I know they're very proud of their loved ones, but they want to see them home before they then tell us about what this has been like. And we get that, as you understand firsthand. Let's listen in, because we're just about 2 minutes away. Let's listen to Mission Control.
3 minutes from entry interface. "16.5 minutes till splashdown."
So 2 minutes to re-entry, 16 minutes until splashdown.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
And Susan, take us inside NASA right now, because they too have spoken often about the tension, the anxiety, the concern that they feel. You know, they're doing their jobs too, but they feel it back at Mission Control.
Absolutely. They're on the world stage. And I used to sit at the Capcom desk for shuttle launches and re-entries. And yeah, it's a nervous time. But everybody is hyper-focused on their particular job.
No issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
NASA confirming what we heard from Leslie there in Southern California, that the weather is a go. Something they have watched for days, these weather systems and the patterns. It is a go for splashdown. We're about 1 minute away from re-entry. And again, we've mentioned it here, but for those of you just joining us, this is ABC News live coverage of Artemis II returning from its historic journey around the moon and back.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
You know, the launch 10 days ago is also high anxiety. But after that moment, getting through this historic journey, the next major test is the one about 30 seconds away now, the re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, 24,000 miles per hour, facing...
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
1 minute, they're saying. We can take our countdown down now. We'll listen
until the
into
expected
NASA
start of our 6 minute blackout.
For this critical moment. Let's listen.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6 minute blackout.
Integrity.
Again, the reentry at any moment. We will not be hearing from the astronauts on integrity.
10 seconds till entry interface.
Do you realize how much money this will save us?
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. That's actually pretty good. If you're going for generic.
How about now?
Oh, that's much better. What about all of our files?
It's already connected to our drive and our mail and Slack.
You gotta send this to finance.
Interesting. But it needs editing permission by department.
Sure. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost growth by category?
Is the password protected? Can it track spending trends?
Only can auto flag overspending.
Done.
Nice.
Big dreams start small. At GoDaddy, we help you take that first step and every step after. From getting your domain to creating your website, email, and online security, we've got you covered. You don't need to be a tech expert. You just need a starting point. GoDaddy gives you the tools, the expert support, and the push to make it real. Your brand starts here with GoDaddy.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
This is incredible to witness, and Susan, I gather that's some of the heat right there.
Yes, that's the plasma.
The plasma and the heat surrounding this capsule.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Is what leads to the blackout.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
No voice, no data from the crew, as we're hearing from NASA right now. Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi, an astrophysicist, science educator, has been with us for our coverage these last 10 days. And Hakeem, you've been great throughout. This is one of the most anxious times of the entire journey.
This is the true test of our trajectory.
Absolutely it is. I am sitting on the edge of my seat just like the rest of you, waiting to see these parachutes deploy and a safe splashdown.
Aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown.
Let's listen back into NASA, and again, they'll let us know in about 5 minutes now if they have regained communication with those 4 astronauts.
As it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
And of course, we are thinking of the families of pilot Victor Glover, mission pilot, Reid Wiseman, the commander.
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period.
Christina Koch, 4.5 minutes to go until we hear from them again.
Time
Jeremy
to
Hansen.
Splashdown, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
Of course, the Canadian astronaut. Everyone on board making history in their own way. The first Canadian to join them in a mission to the moon. This is the first time in many decades since the Apollo missions that we have sent humans back to the moon, and they made their own history, traveling farther than any astronauts who went before them, going to the far side of the moon and seeing with human eyes parts of the moon that have never been seen before, and sending back messages of hope and those extraordinary images. They have talked during their press conferences
The
about
landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on integrity.
About the importance of coming home. It was Victor Glover himself who said,
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period.
There you see it.
This is a visualization.
Oh, visualization.
Of,
so this is similar to the simulations we showed you earlier, only this one is from NASA. Let's listen.
Repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
I was saying Victor Glover, the mission pilot, was asked, what is he most looking forward to? And he said Splashdown. And who could argue with that? He also talked about this being like riding a fireball through the atmosphere, this incredible moment. And this visualization from NASA helps to explain this, why there would be a blackout during this period of time. The families of all of these astronauts.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
9 minutes until splashdown. Let's keep this visualization, but if we could add, Dave, our director in the control room, Trevor Rull, who is at a watch party at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. And Trevor, I gather the nerves can be felt in that room right now.
Absolutely, David, and what we are seeing is basically every single checkpoint that's being hit is being met with thunderous applause. You can hear a smattering right now. That's been happening continuously, 30 seconds after 30 seconds after 30 seconds after. And what we've been seeing are generations of families experiencing something that many of these people have never experienced before. I talked with one man here, an 86-year-old grandfather. He said he remembers watching the very first space launches. He remembers the Apollo flights. He remembers those first lunar missions. It inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. Now, after 45 years of his own flight, he's retired. He is back here tonight with his grandchildren watching Artemis. And then at the same time, we're hearing from young people. There's two people behind me here, Lena, Olivia. These are students at UC San Diego who told me that they can't believe, when they learned about Artemis, they said, I can't believe it's happening in real life and not in the movies. That's how long it has been. What we've been hearing from family after family is that this is something that feels like a previous America would accomplish. Now, of course, we're in that tight window. Will it land safely? And of course, we know everyone's waiting on bated breath, but they are optimistic, David.
No question about that. A lot of optimism and a lot of prayers across this country tonight as we watch and wait for Artemis II to emerge in communication.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
All right, let's listen. Less than a minute here to see if we can regain communications with the 4 astronauts on board: Victor Glover, Reid Wiseman, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen.
We are now processing data from integrity.
Which is a very good sign, right, Susan, that they are getting data. No communications yet with the astronauts, but they are receiving transmission from integrity.
Now, this is great news.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
The vessels carrying the divers, members of the U.S. Navy standing by to race to that splashdown zone. And Susan, tell us what we're looking at right here.
It's the visual. It's the camera view of the reentry. It's no longer a visualization. And, you know, it looks healthy.
Well, they mentioned 6 minutes. We knew they would be 6 excruciating minutes, particularly.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Incredible.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
So there you have it.
Guys, looks good.
Artemis II responding
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
to mission control.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reid Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Well, it's not often when you sit here at the anchor desk when you feel chills. This is certainly one of them. History being made tonight, Artemis II. The first
Passing
mission
100,000 feet now.
in many decades taking humans back to the moon. In fact, they went farther than
Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
19 nautical miles until splashdown. We were expecting it at about 8:06 or so Eastern time, 8:07 perhaps. So just about 5 minutes from now. They mention those divers are already en route. They clearly know where, certainly the
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
we were expecting, hoping that we might get a view of some of these parachutes, though we're not entirely sure we will.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes to splashdown. There's an elaborate sequence of parachutes here. The first deployed at around...
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're at 50,000 feet.
At around 22,000 feet, you'll see the first parachutes here. Part of this sequence of chutes. I saw some movement right there. Was that a... There it is. You can see a flash of something. Not entirely sure it's one of the chutes
pyros are
yet.
armed for forward bay covered jettison.
A flicker of something just above.
Here, you're going to see the drogue, jettison, and then the drogue chutes.
And they deploy at about 22,000 feet, right, Susan?
And they're the first ones to come out.
Yeah.
There they are.
There they are.
There they are, right there.
And then
there
there
go the first series of
other ones
parachutes.
right away.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Yep. The drogue.
Those parachutes right there will slow the spacecraft to about 200 miles an hour.
Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, it's just incredible to think 4 human beings inside that capsule, right? Who have just seen the far side of the moon and come back to tell us about it. And what a bond we've witnessed from them. The hug.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
The symbol of the heart in their
We see
photographs
the same on board.
that they've sent back. And they named one of the craters in the moon that they discovered themselves after Reid Wiseman's late wife, Carol. She died in 2020 of cancer. They'd been together for decades. And one of his fellow astronauts...
Passing through 10,000 feet.
Spoke of the moment.
Still on drogues.
Because Reid couldn't say it himself, though he was moved, certainly, that the astronauts decided, let's name it after your late wife, Carol. So many stories they'll share with us. There's the second set right there.
Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
The crew
Search
we
and
met
recovery
with,
beacon has been activated on Integrity.
the search and recovery beacon activated for those Navy divers who are
And we
now
have
racing
3
to the
good
site.
main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
This is picture perfect.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
Glad to hear
Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
1 minute, 15 seconds until splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off of San Diego. The USS John Murtha is in the region. Navy divers will race to the craft. They will deploy that inflatable around the capsule.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I mean, these are words you have not heard in decades in this country. There are a lot of viewers watching tonight who remember this from the Apollo mission, several of them, those missions, but of course, a whole younger generation witnessing something that they've only read about in the history books. A little flash there at the capsule.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Those 3 parachutes, of course, the end of that sequence, and certainly the ones that are doing most of the work in trying to slow this capsule, slow integrity down to about 20 miles per hour. There's the splashdown.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Which, by the way, is exactly when NASA said it would happen, 7 minutes past the hour.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Back on Earth, in the Pacific. The divers will get there. They will look at the outside of Integrity to make sure.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Stable, there you
We
go.
still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
Running a business is hard enough. Now there's rules about when you can text staff. Connect Team cuts chaos, saves hours, and keeps all work comms in one place. It's got a chat you can set to work hours only, no after-hour pings, and it's all on record. A feed for updates so you know who's read them and who hasn't. Even a spot for everyday work info so the crew can grab answers fast without blowing up your phone. It also does rosters, timesheets, forms, and way more, but that's for another video. Try it for free at connectteam.com.
Massive growth of the toolshed. Your Kiwi-owned toolshed has the greatest range of tools in the country. By direct importing and bulk buying the top brands, we can bring you the very best deals in New Zealand. Get down to your toolshed or buy online. thetoolshed.co.nz.
We can breathe.
We can. We just want to see them now, right? And they will get to the craft, the divers, and as I was mentioning earlier, I just don't like to talk over NASA because they're so fascinating. I'm having fun listening in on them as well. But they will check the exterior of the capsule to make sure that there isn't any significant damage, to make sure it's safe to open the latch.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you.
Well, now they're just showing off. To tell us it's exactly when we said it would happen.
31 minutes, 35 seconds.
There will be an initial
And
check.
we're configuring for very low data rate.
They will initially check to make sure that all of the astronauts are feeling okay. And then they're going to take...
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How us?
We
There
have you
see
the
the
same.
fast
We'll meet you
boats
over in
making their
post-landing.
way to Integrity.
Perfect communications established.
We are told this is the first time that the U.S. Navy has teamed up with NASA to get to the crew on board, those 4 astronauts.
Houston copies all.
3
Reid
Americans,
Wiseman
1
reporting 4
Canadian.
green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Yeah, that's going to be impressive at the Thanksgiving dinner to be able to say, we were the ones up there. We know that standing by are 2 Navy MH-60 helicopters. They actually have cameras on them. We're getting some of these images from those helicopters. They're going to be carrying them to the nearby ship, the USS Mirtha, which is waiting. They're going to put 2 of the astronauts on each helicopter. And I believe Christina Koch is going to be the first to emerge. Do we know who will emerge from the capsule?
Christina Koch is first.
Yeah. She'll be first, which seems appropriate. And Susan, you know all too well the relief, the sighs from these families waiting to see their loved ones.
We continue to monitor.
I imagine there were tears from all of them, every one of them, tears of joy, of relief, of happiness. They must have held their breath for the last 30 minutes.
Reid Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Who knew that green crew members is code for excellent shape? Usually when you see someone green, although I wouldn't be surprised if they did look a little green after what they've just been through. But that's not what it means. It simply means they are in great shape. The diver's reaching.
Our beacon
So
is
they're being lifted.
in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up
So we're about to
the
witness
phone now.
an extraordinary moment where we will see the hatch lifted, and then the astronauts, again, as I mentioned, will be checked for a quick medical evaluation before something far more extensive on board the USS Mirtha.
As the crew continues its post-splashdown,
They'll be taken away by those 2 helicopters.
On board. Reid Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration.
I want to bring in Dr. Orion Anderson. He's an emergency medicine physician trained in aerospace engineering. You would know better than us that when you hear they're green, which means they're in excellent health, and we're hearing from the Commander Reid Wiseman, who's in the capsule, who says the rest of the 3 are in perfect health. That's got to be great news for you to hear too, Dr. Anderson.
After a thorough system
Yeah, that's as good as it gets, and that's kind of the first evaluation of the astronaut crew. Is they all kind of look left and right, give each other the thumbs up, and when the first recovery team gets there and takes a look in the hatch, they kind of do the similar and make sure that everybody's feeling okay before, you're right, they go on to do more extensive medical evaluation and even a little bit of research testing as soon as they get their feet on solid ground again.
They'll be given the opportunity to stay at a hotel in San Diego if they just want a little time to readjust before being taken to Houston. But Dr. Anderson, I gather they'll go straight to Houston. Look what they've just been through.
Yeah, I think they're probably eager first to see their families, eager to, I think, greet the people of the world and just celebrate this exciting journey we've all been on.
Cody Page also with us here tonight, National Geographic Explorer, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia, and the former director of MIT Space Exploration Initiative. And Cody, I know you have studied all too well the reentry and the stakes, and knowing that heat shield, the job it had to perform. And we have witnessed history tonight. It did exactly as NASA was hoping.
Some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is
Cody,
that
can you hear me?
the vehicle is solid.
Yes, yeah. It's honestly, sorry, I was listening to Nat there. It's been, the whole mission, I feel like, has just been incredible, that it's been exactly how it's supposed to be. So the way that heat shield worked and the parachutes deployed and everything, the timing, it's a testament to exactly how perfectly NASA plans these things. It's so exciting.
It really is. Cody, thanks so much. Dr. Oluseyi also still with us. The anxiety gone? We wanted to check back in with you and make sure you're breathing okay.
Oh man, I had a huge sigh of relief when I saw that third parachute that looked like it was having a little trouble fully deploy, right? And now they've made it safely.
It's really incredible news. Now we just wait to see the divers get to the capsule and open the hatch. Hakeem, thanks so much. Asa Stahl, also with us, science editor from the Planetary Society.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
The history that's been made right here tonight with generations watching. And as I mentioned earlier, so many of our viewers remember the Apollo missions, but there are so many others who have not witnessed something quite like this before.
Yeah, this was truly spectacular. I mean, I didn't realize I was holding my breath, but I was at the launch and it felt... Sorry,
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go. Yeah, you're
okay,
doing
cool.
just fine.
Just also hearing the NASA broadcast. Yeah, it was at the launch just as almost surreal to see that we actually did it. It worked. And it was just so inspiring to see this is what we're capable of if we only try, if we make the investment in ourselves and in NASA. So I think a lot of people, millions of people around the world are seeing this and feeling inspired and ready to celebrate.
And Asa, take us through these next few steps, because this really was the first step in what could be an extraordinary next couple of years here. The next Artemis mission will do some additional testing, and then the one that follows could be the one that actually lands on the moon.
That's exactly right. And I tell you, after watching this, I can't wait for the next one. 2026 or 2027 could not come soon enough. That's when Artemis III will happen. As you just said, that's going to be another crewed flight test, but it's not going to go to the moon and back like Artemis II has. It's going to test out the spacecraft and docking procedures in orbit around Earth. And then Artemis IV, if all goes well, will happen in 2028, and that will be the actual lunar landing mission. And then it's hopefully off to the races.
And
NASA's
Asa, we
trying
know
to do
that
this every 6 months.
And we know that 2 astronauts will be on board that mission to land.
Yes, that's right.
Really just incredible. And good for you for being at the launch as well, remembering both ends of this extraordinary journey. Let's listen into mission control.
Yeah.
Power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Sorbent is the only premium 3-ply toilet paper made in New Zealand using geothermal steam. You, Greg, are our hero.
I'm gonna go.
Sorbent. It's a national pleasure.
We found a way to help kids fly, to grow team players, to inspire future leaders. By helping 80,000 New Zealand kids to get on court through BNZ Kiwi Hoops. Invested in kids basketball. Bank of New Zealand. Let's find a way.
8:22 was the timing that NASA had said there would be a capsule power down, is what they call it. There is some word that power down might be somewhat delayed here, but you can see those teams.
Good view of one of the fast boats.
There you go.
Integrity, Houston. If you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
One of the fast boats circling Integrity right now.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
They were able to get
the crew
there
on
quickly.
board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Yeah, blame it on the satellite phone.
There's plenty of cooling
because
on
everything
board
else was
integrity.
picture perfect here.
So there's
if
no
you're
rush
wondering
to
how
begin
these
the
dive
power
teams
down.
were able to get here so quickly, it's because the USS Bertha, the amphibious naval ship, was just about 1.5 miles from the splashdown point. Will Reeve standing by in Southern California. And, well, I'm not sure if you heard the sonic boom, but off in a distance in the ocean there, this is picture perfect.
Yeah, David, there's a lot of folks out here at the beach who were hoping to hear the sonic boom. They kept coming by asking us if they were going to see the splashdown or hear it, and unfortunately, no dice. But everybody knows that out there, the crew safely splashed down and that the rest of the protocols are happening as they should be, every precaution being taken, every item on the checklist being taken care of, and a sense of excitement here in San Diego. This feels like these astronauts who went further than anyone has ever traveled before in the history of mankind, they returned here to Southern California. People are pretty excited about that here, even if they didn't hear the sonic boom. We were looking forward to that. Maybe next mission.
Maybe the next mission. There are going to be a couple more Artemis missions now that this one has been successful. You can see the teams in the water there, just off the coast of San Diego. And as Will was saying, there's a lot of pride there in San Diego that they've been part of this history. Recovery teams are going to secure some lines here. They're waiting for the power down before they can get any closer to the capsule. Delayed, NASA says, because of some issues with the satellite communication.
Called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
You heard him mention the front porch that I had mentioned earlier. That's the inflatable, nicknamed front porch because they'll step out onto their porch. They've earned that moment.
Integrity Houston for sat phone. We are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the 2 buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all. And just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
Well,
that's affirmative.
NASA astronauts, they're just like us, rebooting the satellite phone to try to regain communication here before they can power down, Susan. And that's then the moment when the divers can really move in.
Right. It's like the power cycle that you do at home when your Wi-Fi isn't working, you know. It's the same sort of thing, but, you know, to have come this far and everything work well, and this is the thing that is delaying them getting out of the capsule is almost comical. But I remember in the Apollo days, it was the same. Once the splashdown, any number of things could still go wrong. So, like I said, the families aren't going to breathe until they're out of the capsule and on the ship.
Which will happen soon.
The large inflatable raft.
The inflatable raft.
The front porch
he's talking about.
Will be where the astronauts are extracted from, so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
And Gio, you were lucky enough to talk to the astronauts at the very beginning of their journey.
I was the first, David. I realized that later on. 20,000 miles away they were, and we were able to speak with them, and it was remarkable because I remember speaking with Victor Glover and saying to him, you know, with so much division that we see in this country, what do you see when you look down on planet Earth? And he said, I see one. I see one humanity. And then there was that reminder that he had just before they lost communication the first time as they went around the moon, when he repeated those words from Jesus, when he said the greatest commandment is to love one another. And then we had that blackout behind the moon. It was remarkable to hear those really human stories.
No question about that. And, you know, these astronauts seem fully aware of, you know, the times that we're in and sort of the political divide and all of the stuff that we also take in on a daily basis. And they knew that what they were doing was hopefully achieving sort of making history in their journey to the moon and back, and they certainly have done that. And they were, in this most recent press conference that they did on the eve of their return, very clear that while we have enjoyed these images and seen those moments where there was real camaraderie, I mean, the brothers and sister on that capsule in embracing one another, but most importantly, they wanted to be able to bring all of this back. They said they had so much more to do with what they had discovered while in space, what they had seen on the far side of the moon.
Is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
We know these teams will conduct a quick hazard assessment in the water before actually opening the hatch as well. There you see one of those MH-30 helicopters, MH-60 copters, which will transport the astronauts from the raft right back to the USS John Murtha, which is only about 1.5 miles from the splashdown site. We know in the first helicopter, mission specialist Christina Koch, pilot Victor Glover. Victor, of course, is the one who said it's like riding a fireball through the atmosphere, Houston, and they have landed now in the Pacific.
For the establishment of communications between
Waiting
Integrity
for establishment
and
of communications.
the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft. We're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
The second helicopter will carry mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. Of course, the Canadian on board who made history as well, and Commander Reid Wiseman. And Commander Wiseman is the one who lost his wife, Carol. And it was that team in space together who decided, let's name one of the craters we've discovered and seen with our own eyes after Carol.
I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then as NASA administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
That's the team at NASA celebrating their history being made as they should, as we await for communication between the dive teams and Integrity right there in the water.
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
I love that. He said that we are back in the business of traveling to the moon. Just a few moments left for this special report. And Susan, I just wanted your thoughts. I love that he said they were ambassadors of humanity, going to the moon and back, and now they've come back and they've really taught us all, reminded us all what unity really looks like.
Yes, they have done the incredible, and their lives have changed forever because they will forever be ambassadors for humanity.
Well, Susan, thank you so much for being here, former NASA astronaut yourself. We are going to come back on the air when we do see those astronauts for the first time. I look forward to showing you that moment. In the meantime, we'll go back to regular programming. I'm David Muir here in New York. We'll see you shortly to see the astronauts. Good night.
And here we go. 10, 2, 1, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. It is just absolutely phenomenal. You guys look great.
We have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
Integrity, good. CM raised burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. Main chute deployed.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
4 green crew members are all in excellent shape.
This has been an ABC News special, Artemis II, coming home.
Jackie Tone, you're on a bit of a roll at the moment in Double Jeopardy.
Oh, very
Congrats.
exciting, very exciting.
Now,
You Do It DIY can make your new kitchen a reality. As a trusted Kiwi manufacturer for 44 years, we deliver superb quality at a great price. With easy online ordering and support, You Do It makes DIY easy. Search youdoit.co.nz.
4 days of war, Donald Trump has just made his most serious gamble against Iran. And I'm going to be joined now by someone who is in a better position perhaps to speak about what's on Donald Trump's mind. Because remember, viewer, with Trump troubling deadline looming and a threat for unthinkable force if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz, Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University professor, UN advisor and one of the world's most respected and outspoken economists, joins us at a moment that could reshape the global order. Professor Sachs, welcome. Always good to have you. My first question to you, Professor, is about this deadline. The clock is ticking. In a few hours from now, the time runs out on the latest ultimatum / threat, whatever you want to call it, that Trump has now issued to Iran, saying, if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to bomb the hell out of all your power plants. Professor Sachs, welcome.
Thank you very much. We are in one of the most dangerous moments of modern history. Donald Trump is, in my opinion, a completely unstable person who could take the world to disaster. His partner, Netanyahu, in Israel is similarly unstable and reckless. They are gambling the future of the world. They need to be stopped by world leaders such as Prime Minister Modi and President Xi and President Putin, explaining to Mr. Trump that you cannot gamble the future of the world on your reckless threats. This is not a spectator sport for us. This is not for us to just sit back and ask, what will Donald Trump do? He has no right to threaten all of humanity with this absolutely reckless escalation. And as the Iranians have said, since they are under existential threat from the United States and Israel, they will fight back. They will destroy a tremendous amount of the physical infrastructure of the Gulf region, which is home to 1/3 of the world's oil supplies. They will destroy a lot of Israel. We could see escalation to full world war. This needs to be stopped. This is not asking, what is Donald Trump going to do? He is an absolutely unstable person. He is an ignorant person, I'm sorry to say. He does not have a strategy. He improvises, but he's improvising with the risk of the whole world at this point.
So then there's only an escalation ahead, Professor Sachs. You know, if time runs out, it's 5:14 a.m. India time tomorrow morning when this deadline that President Trump has put down, when it runs out. If that runs out and Iran has communicated that it is absolutely no mood to listen to any kind of ultimatum, do we just see an escalation, power plants being bombed in that case?
Unless there is effective intervention by the outside powers. I have been urging that the BRICS countries be very clear. The BRICS represents half of humanity. It represents half of the world economy. It's very powerful. It needs to speak with a clear voice right now. not punitively against Iran, which is under attack, but directly to the two aggressors, which are Israel and the United States. Let's be honest, which is very hard in public discussion these days, but let's be honest. This is a war of choice for domination over the Middle East by Israel and the United States. Nobody could want this. Nobody can believe that this is prudent, safe, legal, responsible. No one can believe that this is going to turn out well. It needs to be stopped. Unfortunately, the two protagonists of this war of aggression, Netanyahu and Trump, are not themselves stable individuals. They need help to back off and go home. And that help has to come from stable world leaders that have a lot of humanity in their responsibility to say you cannot gamble with the world this way.
I want to just play out for you, Professor Sachs, because, you know, much of what is being said, much of what is being discussed right now, you know, are conveyed directly by the American president, either on his Truth Social account or in a series of interactions, press gaggles, things like that. Here's what he said about the Strait of Hormuz, the latest of what Trump has said. Let me just play out that for our viewers.
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but, you know, we don't use it. You know, at a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone, the Navy is gone, the Air Force is gone, the anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone, everything's gone. The strait itself, the actual strait, how are you? The strait itself is, we're doing a good job, but it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
Staying late again? Yep, got prospect calls to summarize. You really need to switch to Monday CRM. Your old CRM is holding you back. My CRM is not old, it's vintage. You want to see my sales? Just a minute, it's loading. Well, Monday CRM's AI features automatically summarize my calls, suggest next steps, updates the customer journey, and everything happens instantly. In just a few seconds, you'll see my reports, and oh boy, are you gonna feel stupid, because my CRM can create a report with up to 50,000 leads, so. How many do you actually have? 3. Check this out. I just got a hot lead from the AI-generated emails I sent, and the AI sentiment analysis marked it positive. Now, I just click send contract, and another deal won. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's not good. No. Don't you work on commission? Yep. Why don't you switch to Monday CRM? Because switching CRMs is a real pain in the... Did you just onboard me to Monday CRM while I was talking? Yep. Monday CRM's AI creates tailor-made workflows just for you in the blink of an eye. There's really no reason to stay with the old CRM. Thank you so much. It's okay, buddy. You're welcome. You're a CRM god. No, I just, you know what? Okay, just stop crying. I just want to do a good job. You're doing a great job. Can I stay here for a second? As long as you need, bud. Long as you need.
I had a health condition and you hypnotized me, and in 20 minutes that health condition disappeared. I was mind blown, and that's when I started, working with you more, and we produced a program together called Everyday Bliss. And it is in this program that we release this powerful audio that people are talking about. It's called the hypnotic trance. This is the 23-minute audio that rewires your brain in terms of how your brain perceives stress and anxiety. You said, Vishen, if you just listen to the audio for 5 days in a row, you will have a permanently rewiring of your brain on stress. But you said that people people don't believe it's possible. People refuse to believe that change can happen so fast.
Part of the problem we have with modern psychological techniques is they work so fast and they're so deceptively simple that people don't believe that they're going to last or that they're real. They're some sort of, magic trick. If you do anything for 5 days, you're going to be different. But if you listen to the hypnotic trance that I made for Everyday Bliss, you're going to be super different, because it's not just that you relax, you feel calm, your burdens are lifted, and you feel really wonderful. It's that I make it so you listen with headphones. So some messages are for the right brain and some for the left. You see, the left brain thinks in terms of logic, linear, and sequence. The right brain in terms of abstract and metaphor. And so when you listen to messages simultaneously for the right and left brain, you're communicating with the whole brain. So this is a very sophisticated matrix of messages that go deep into the unconscious mind, that literally change the way you perceive life.
Ray Mash was struck on the head at a construction site and developed the incredibly rare disorder of hysterical blindness. He was unable to see anything for 8 years. When I began working with him, it took some months before he could start to see images again, and then eventually, one day in a session, he could see his wife's face. How did I do it?
Hello, I'm Paul McKenna, and I've been studying the human mind for over 30 years.
#1 name in the UK now is Paul.
Please welcome Paul McKenna.
Paul McKenna. Paul McKenna will
Paul's hypnotic powers.
Paul McKenna's thinking.
Paul McKenna.
Back in the early 90s, I had a comedy hypnotism show that was watched by hundreds of millions of people all over the world. I'd hypnotize people to think they were a ballerina or a Martian from outer space, and I was using hypnosis purely for laughs. Then I moved into helping people to use hypnosis for better things, to quit smoking, lose weight, and overcome phobias by reprogramming their minds. That's when I started getting extreme cases. For example, the veteran who'd had PTSD for 7 years and kept waking up screaming at 3 a.m. The lady with a fear of heights so bad she couldn't even climb a stepladder. The woman who was so cripplingly anxious about her appearance that she couldn't even look at herself in the mirror. Basically, the people that the rest of modern therapy had given up on. And I just thought, I wonder if it'll work. So what I did was guide them into an incredibly relaxed state of mind. More deeply relaxed than they'd been in years. Then, like a computer programmer, I'd go into their subconscious and find the unhelpful programs that were causing these behaviors and change them. As easy as flipping a switch, turning off the fear, and turning on the freedom. What happened next was astonishing. 7 in 10 people were completely cured in a single 60-minute session. As if a switch had been flipped in their head, and suddenly the heavy weight of stress, anxiety, and worry were gone. Instead, they felt calm, alert, and resilient. It went from, oh my God, life's overwhelming, it's too much, to, I can breathe. I can see, I can feel fantastic, I feel clear-headed again. These people who are suicidal, grief-stricken, depressed, and then suddenly they've got a whole new lease on life. Now, to the untrained eye, it looked like I was performing miracles. And when I started demonstrating this to the military for treatment of PTSD, their traditional therapists couldn't believe it. To them, it looked like magic. They thought it was all too good to be true. They said, no, that's impossible. It'll never last. I don't blame them for being skeptical. I mean, think about it. When you're able to cure someone's PTSD that they've had for 10 years, that no other therapy has worked on, and you can do it in minutes, it looks unbelievable. It looks like a magic spell. But I knew it wasn't magic. Any sufficiently advanced technology looks like magic to the uninitiated. Just imagine showing up with an iPhone back in the 1800s. So I put my reputation on the line, and I made another TV show called I Can Change Your Life, where we travel around to show that these cutting-edge techniques work quick, and they last. And the results spoke for themselves. There's Matthew, who had a severe case of Tourette's, a brain abnormality with outbursts triggered by stress, who got an 80% reduction in his symptoms. And a lady who had a fear of heights, just 1 hour later, climbed on a C-111 cargo plane, and at 3,000 feet, she stands on the lip of the door, totally fearless. Or Ross Smith, the veteran and paramedic whose PTSD induced stress and anxiety that nearly destroyed him for years. Eventually, he tried to take his own life, twice. Then after 3 sessions with me, his mind was reprogrammed and his stress was gone. We documented everything and took part in university trials that championed alternative therapies. And time after time again, we showed that anyone can easily reprogram their mind to escape from stress, anxiety, and worry without years of expensive therapy, going over and over problems again and again, without having to painfully relive the past trauma, and without having to do virtually anything at all. All they needed to do was sit back, relax, and let me do the work.
Hypnosis helps you to train your brain to relax. You keep your edge, you keep all of your ability to protect yourself and do the things that you need to, but you feel in control. You're able to, at will, switch into positive, optimistic states. So instead of being in that place where your mind is racing and you're worrying about everything, it's great to be able to switch that off and have instant peace, calm, and comfort. Hypnosis
was suddenly the biggest psychological breakthrough in centuries. And my show went stratospheric across the world. All of a sudden, my phone rang off the hook with people saying, "Can you do that for me?" And it wasn't just people who wanted help with stress. It was also some of the most successful people in the world who wanted to be even better. There was one particular moment that I remember vividly, when Nigel Benn, one of the all-time greatest boxers, grabbed the microphone at the end of the fight and thanked me for helping him win.
The person I'd like to thank most of all is Paul McKenna, who hypnotised me and made me believe in myself.
Well, after that, my phone started ringing off the hook. Everybody wanted me to solve their problems. Champion sports people, superstar actors, even members of the royal family.
And leading CEOs endorse my work.
At that point, I felt like writing a self-help book, and I had no idea that it would become one of the biggest self-help books of all time. #1 in the UK and #2 in America, only because Barack Obama was #1. Since then, I've written 22 best-selling books, sold 12 million copies in 32 languages, made regular appearances on The Ellen DeGeneres Show, Good Morning America, The Dr. Oz Show, Rachel Ray, Anderson Live, and many more. I had no idea I was going to become the go-to guy for some of the most talented and famous people on the planet. Now, what I've discovered after helping millions of people over the last 30 years is that if you're someone who suffers from anxiety, stress, or worry, it's not your fault. It's not. It's simply the result of bad programming. You see, everyone gets programmed with beliefs and habits that are formed in the first few years of life. Many of our programs support us, opening a door, tying our shoelaces, but some programs we pick up along the way don't support us. Fear of public speaking, self-doubt, insomnia, getting too stressed too quick. Whilst most of our programs support us, everybody has a few negative programs in their subconscious mind. Many of these ultimately make us stressed and anxious and spoil the quality of our lives. Right now, there are so many reasons to be stressed. The war, the economy, but in addition, you've got background stress. An argument, caught in traffic, a deadline, late for a meeting, dealing with a difficult person. The seemingly little things in life that mount up to create enough stress to cross a threshold. This is where we start to get moody, make bad decisions, we snap at people, and eventually we get sick. Early signs like high blood pressure, back pain, insomnia, depression, and even excessive drinking are all indications of excessive stress. And sadly, for some people, years of accumulated stress mean that when they get sick, it's too late. It's only then that they wish they'd done something sooner. But what if there was a simple, natural way? What if there was some brand new, simple psychological techniques that take minutes to do and dramatically reduce your stress, leaving you full of energy, thinking clearly, and letting you keep your edge? The new scientific breakthrough is finally here, and it's comprised of a number of advanced techniques that quickly reprogram your subconscious mind so that you automatically go into optimum states, able to handle problems and challenges in a relaxed, alert feeling of control, the same way that high achievers do. When you're in a state of relaxed alertness, it's like pushing the off switch on overwhelm, desperation, and anxiety. and pushing the on switch for confidence, resilience, and control. Can you imagine how you'd feel if no matter what was going on around you, you felt in control? To be in the zone of happiness and bliss, and at the same time able to handle all kinds of things that life throws at you? Usually, it takes a single session to reprogram your mind, to not only relax and temporarily feel better, but to actually change the way you see the world. To shift in a very comfortable way your perceptual filters so that you feel free of the burden of anxiety and stress, and you can see solutions and opportunities all around you again. This is done through hypnosis, deep relaxation, NLP, visualization, and psychosensory techniques. And when people feel that instant shift from stress to peace in their mind, all of a sudden, the stressful thoughts of the traumatic memory that used to overwhelm them is gone, or just a distant memory. If you're one of those people who is constantly worrying about the calamities in the future, using these techniques will help you feel relaxed and in control, feeling calmer, happier, and more authentic. I went on to become part of a whole new movement in the world of psychology more than 30 years ago. Millions of people have now used my techniques to not just reduce stress, but to be in optimal states of performance. From the most hardcore PTSD, trauma, and abuse cases to everyday people looking to lower their blood pressure, stop overeating, and improve their career. To super achievers like Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who wanted to get into an optimal state for his performance at the Super Bowl in front of 1 billion people.
And Courtney Love and Stephen Fry, both of whom I helped to lose weight via hypnotherapy.
My techniques include a relaxing but highly sophisticated trance that programs your right and left brain so that you use your whole mind in solving problems and dealing with life. Feeling calmer and more secure in social situations, and being more confident in life generally. In addition, there are some psychosensory techniques. TFT, that's thought field therapy, not to be confused with EFT, was developed by my late friend Dr. Roger Callahan, which involves tapping on various acupuncture meridian points, which stimulates in the body and mind the change of flow in energy, which may be blocked, causing a physical and psychological problem to disappear. Years of scientific research have shown it to be highly effective. The most recent psychosensory therapy, and in my opinion the most effective, was created by my good friend, a Harvard PhD, Dr. Ronald Rudin. And it's called havening, as in a safe haven. There's mountains of scientific research on this. Here's a very simple scientific explanation of how it works. When you suffer a trauma, 100 Hertz wave travels from the thalamus and phosphorates what's known as the AMPA receptors. In other words, it creates a biological change in the brain. However, when you apply the havening technique, you create a delta wave that dephosphorates the AMPA receptors, resetting the brain to how it was before the trauma. The simple act can create a significant and lasting biological change. However, you don't need to understand all the science to use the technique any more than you need to understand how an engine works to drive a car. The results with trauma, PTSD, depression are nothing short of astounding. This is why in 2015, the Health Science Journal published a randomized trial of 5,000 patients and found that psychosensory therapy was far more effective than traditional therapy and even medications for mental health issues. That's because they literally reset the biological structure of the brain for calm and peace in seconds. Because psychosensory techniques work faster and more effectively and are way less expensive, old-fashioned therapists are naturally up in arms, but there's nothing they can do to stop the revolution. I can honestly see the day when traditional therapy is looked on as a thing of the past, in the same way that doctors once believed that smoking was good for you. And finally, the biggest breakthrough in modern psychological times is the creation of neuro-linguistic programming. Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, nearly every major sports person and modern therapist uses this or a form of this psychological technology, which allows you to run your own brain. have control over your thoughts and feelings, overcome limiting beliefs, and turn around unwanted behaviors in minutes. They also help you to understand how other people think so that you become a more powerful influencer. People across the whole spectrum of society have benefited from these advanced technologies. People like David Walliams, the British comedian who used my hypnotic trance to deal with the stress of swimming across the English Channel. I helped Ellen DeGeneres reprogram her smoking addiction live on TV. Frank Bruno wanted to be completely relaxed before he went and won the World Heavyweight Championship. Ronnie O'Sullivan made a huge comeback and became the greatest ever snooker player by using my reprogramming techniques. I'm always honored when somebody endorses my work. Even though most of my work is with regular people, I'm known for working with famous people because some of them choose to endorse my work publicly. Ryan Seacrest, James Corden, but recently one of the most important people being Vishen Lakhiani, the founder of Mind Valley. Within 2 minutes of meeting, Vishen and I just clicked. We realized that if we combined forces, we could create the ultimate vaccine to the psychological pandemic and begin to cure stress, anxiety, and fear that's all around the world right now, and in its place, create happiness, bliss, and confidence. That's why I took the most powerful techniques I've ever used with all my patients and transformed it into an online program that's changing lives everywhere. It's called Everyday Bliss, Freedom from Anxiety. It's my most advanced program in the world right now, and it's available exclusively on the Mind Valley platform. Everyday Bliss is a 21-day program that's hosted by me. It's the culmination of my 30 years at the sharp end of treating stress and anxiety. Every day, you go through 15 to 20 minutes of training, designing and reprogramming your brain for everyday bliss, creating new neural pathways that eradicate stress and give you total freedom, so you can keep your spark, your joy, no matter what's happening around you in your life. You'll discover how to access a deep sense of calm and relaxation with such ease and fluidity that it becomes second nature. Your journey begins with the centerpiece of my whole methodology, the hypnotic trance. Using a sophisticated double induction, it'll communicate with your left and right brain simultaneously. This powerful trance reprograms your subconscious mind to achieve deep states of relaxation, to have more energy, and be more effective in your everyday life. What that really means to you is that you start to enjoy life more, appreciating everything about life, big and small. All these things that we don't have the bandwidth to notice when we're stressed start to become rich and apparent to us, and you get the overwhelming feeling that all is well. This creates a positive loop where we start noticing more and more good things happening, attracting more and more incredible things into our lives. You can use the hypnotic trance in so many ways. You can either listen to it before you go to sleep at night or before a high-stress situation like a meeting or a date, and the result of listening to it just once will blow your mind. You might even find yourself feeling euphoric for no other reason than we've programmed your mind to produce more happy neurochemistry every minute of every day. Now, as you go deeper into the program, you'll learn one of the most powerful tools of all, the psychosensory techniques, which include the havening technique. These are amazingly effective at relieving the most deeply rooted anxiety, trauma, and pain. I work with a lot of people with PTSD, and many of them thought that it was just something they were going to have to live with. But with havening, suddenly they overcome it and they get their lives back. Some people are a little upset that they sat through years of traditional therapy when it can be transformed in minutes. In Everyday Bliss, you're going to be discovering how neuro-linguistic programming works. This is an incredible way to tap into your subconscious mind, reprogramming different aspects of your life by taking control of your thoughts and your feelings. Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, arguably two of the most charismatic leaders of all time, are both huge fans of NLP. And Oprah Winfrey uses NLP to manage audiences and motivates them. All of these techniques and more are layered in day by day, using a unique methodology, speaking to your subconscious mind. And as you practice these techniques, something begins to shift inside you, and previously stressful situations will barely even register because you'll be focused and in control. You'll be more resilient, more capable, and life will be even better than you'd ever dreamed possible before. So in total, when you buy Everyday Bliss, you get 21 individual sessions with me, all less than 15 minutes. Sessions that are impossible to get with me in person, but as soon as you acquire Everyday Bliss, I'll be coaching you personally for 3 weeks. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars or fly to London. If you need confidence, happiness, calm, at a touch of a button on your phone, I jump out and I do it to you. I'm your personal coach in your pocket 24/7. Everyday Bliss is one of my finest pieces of work. It's taken me decades to get to the point where I can deliver it to you in a simple, fast, beautiful way. It's not a lecture. It's an experiential coaching session. Because it's delivered online, the enrollment price is nowhere near the $10,000 cost to hire someone like myself. Here's the best part. Everyday Bliss is part of Mind Valley, the world's biggest personal growth company, with 100+ unique programs in every aspect of human transformation. So when you become a Mind Valley member, you automatically get Everyday Bliss, as well as all the other programs that Mind Valley has for you. Now, you might want to start with Everyday Bliss and go through this 21-day experience, but after that, you might want to jump into another program, maybe my other program with Mind Valley, Total Self-Confidence, where I program you to have the confidence to achieve anything you want in life. All of this is available when you sign up for Everyday Bliss today. Now, in addition, you'll have access to a thriving community of over 100,000 people all around the world who are also dedicated to improving their lives and other people's lives. So you'll be able to make new friends and even attend community meetups happening across the planet. And the best part is, you don't have to risk anything with Mind Valley. You can try Everyday Bliss today for free for the next 15 days. And at any point in the next 15 days, with one click, you can get yourself a full refund. You can go through the entire program, if you like, in 15 days, and then with one click, get a full refund. No email, no phone call, just click and get a refund. Now, here's exactly what to do next. Simply click on the link around the video. Then you'll be taken to our site where you can choose your membership option, either monthly or yearly. After that, all you have to do is enter your regular details into our secure checkout, and you'll instantly be welcomed into the Mind Valley family. Within a minute, you'll get an email with your login instructions. You can access the Mind Valley platform on your computer or download the iPhone or Android app. Although I do have to warn you, this one-time offer on the yearly price is giving you a pretty big discount, so it's only for people who've had the time to sit through this entire video. It's a thank you for spending so much time with me. As soon as you click off this page, I'll be gone. Please don't close this page because you may want to see it again. You may be wondering if you should or shouldn't click on this link, or maybe you have decided you should. Whatever decision you make will be the right one for you. You'll be able to lock in this discounted rate for as long as you choose to stay as a Mind Valley member. Even if Mind Valley membership shoots up, you still get this rate. So click the link below to join Everyday Bliss today. I made Everyday Bliss not just to help you be free of stress, but to create freedom in every area of your life. Because once you get rid of the stress, worry, and anxiety, everything opens up for you. You have more time to dream and think bigger about your life, to be unstoppable in your quest for amazing health, amazing relationships, and have an amazing career. Thank you for watching. Until we meet.
Professor Sachs, you just heard that, beg your pardon, everything that President Trump says, there's always a lot to unpack. He starts by saying, others should help because clearly we need help, and then goes on to literally say we don't need any help because, we've bombed the hell out of them. They don't have an air force. They don't have a navy anymore. What do you make of this contradiction? And a lot of the American press has made light of the fact that everything that Trump says is packed with contradictions precisely about what his intentions are and what he needs to end the war.
We're watching a disordered mind. He's an old man. He's a confused man. He cannot even utter a single sentence that isn't filled with internal contradictions. We should not take this as our fate. We should try to head off the consequences of these delusions. This is a man who understands very, very little, yet he sits upon a tremendously powerful military machine. He is commanding that machine right now. He has no strategy. There is no long-term understanding. There's not even, as we have just heard, the understanding within one sentence. Either it's easy or not easy to open the Strait of Hormuz. If it's easy, why is he begging the world to do this? Well, the answer is it's not easy. It's not even going to happen. And the same time that he's saying the war's nearly at an end, thousands of Marines are being deployed to the area for ground operations. He's not only a person of complete confusion and delusion, but he's a liar from beginning to end. So even as he speaks, the contrary is actually happening. He's the man who says we negotiate and then bombs the negotiators. This is done repeatedly. He's the man who praised the secrecy of a secret attack, even telling the Japanese Prime Minister, oh, you're so good, you did it at Pearl Harbor. We've never had a person of such mental instability before, and we don't know how to handle it. Most world leaders say, well, I'm not going to get involved in that. We have to watch what's he going to do. Our newspapers are filled with headlines that say, what will Trump do? This is the wrong approach. The right approach is, what does the world need right now? The world needs to avoid an escalation that could be devastating for the entire world. Then, given that's the world need, how can this be done? Well, Trump listens to his peers, to Prime Minister Modi, to President Putin, to President Xi, to President Lula. He listens to his peers. He doesn't listen to anybody in Congress. He doesn't listen to public opinion, but he listens to his peers. He does not want to be told, you're on the wrong track. He doesn't want to fail in the sight of his peers. They need to help him get out of this mess before it becomes a complete global disaster, not afterwards. This is the time when he needs advice from the BRICS countries, honest advice, not games, not, oh, well, we're with you, Mr. President, but clarity that what has started a few weeks ago is a calamity for the world and it needs to stop. That Israel perhaps talked Trump into a calamity, and that the U.S. is absolutely not only going to cause global disaster, but it's going to pay a terrible price for all of this. That's what needs to be said. We have very little truth in public discussion right now because almost all world leaders are afraid to contradict Mr. Trump, which to my mind is the wrong approach when you have someone so powerful and yet so deluded. We need actually solutions right now by world leaders to say clearly, explicitly, calmly, this must stop now before it destroys the world. And it can do so. It can do so economically by blowing up the oil and the gas fields of the Middle East. That is quite close to happening. And it can be even worse by leading to an escalation that eventually turns nuclear.
Yeah.
And you even have Israel, for example, which is a completely reckless country, totally reckless, bombing nuclear power plants. This is not only against international law for obvious reasons, this is grotesquely dangerous for the whole world to bomb nuclear power plants. So we need some grown-ups urgently.
Yeah, I just don't, I wonder if any of those persons you call grown-ups is willing to actually pick up the phone and enter this entire mess at this point of time. Most countries are simply using all their resources and energies to secure their own interests at this point of time. And I very much include India in that list. But Professor Sachs, I'm glad you mentioned the Pearl Harbor comment from Trump, because that, according to some estimates, has been the most shared, most viral, most engaged comment from Trump. And, that tells you a little bit about the conversation, really. So I did want to play that out for a moment, and then I'm going to get you to comment on it a little bit more, because there are so many layers to what he said. And I think most people are still in a state of shock, even given everything that one expects from Donald Trump. Let's just play that out for us.
I don't want to signal too much. When we go in, we went in very hard. And we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? He's asking me. Now you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise.
Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Asks the president to Japanese journalists there, Professor Sachs.
In America, up until Mr. Trump, Pearl Harbor was called a day that will live in infamy. The famous words of Franklin Roosevelt, because it was a surprise attack that was carried out while the US and Japan were actually negotiating. And it was regarded throughout modern American history as an evil act, as a unworthy act of a nation, a surprise attack that killed many people and launched a disastrous war that ended up killing millions of people. And Donald Trump, because he's an ignorant, unstable man, views this as a positive. This is the first time in American history since December 7th, 1941, that any American politician has ever spoken like this. This shows the dire risks that we are in, because this kind of mental instability is real, and it is driving a very powerful military machine right now. And you said correctly that few world leaders want to get involved. They're viewing this as a spectator sport. What will happen? We cannot view this as a spectator sport. This is our lives at stake. This is the world at stake. We have to ask, how can peace come before further escalation destroys the world economy and escalates to perhaps a point of no return?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Professor, Donald Trump lashing out at NATO, saying, why aren't you guys getting involved? We've basically been the power behind NATO. We've done all the heavy lifting. He's kind of insulted his way into getting some of those countries to finally say, okay, we'll send some of our ships to help out. I want to play out a key moment in that entire narrative, where Trump has basically bashed NATO and in the same breath, ironically said, we don't really need you anymore. Oh, now you're going to be sending ships, but then we've already done the work, so why are you sending ships now? But we also need help. It's an insane loop of contradictions. Just look at this little soundbite.
We don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
We're the strongest military in the world. We don't need them. But we also do need them, Professor Sachs, is what the president says.
Please, India, take note. Please, do not get trapped by the United States. India has been led into playing a game, a U.S. game. It's called the Quad, the U.S.-led Quad of countries with India, Japan, and Australia, quote, against China. This is not befitting India, and it is very dangerous. And the reason I mention it in this context is that the United States is a trap right now. You heard from Donald Trump what he thinks about the rest of the world. He thinks that about India. He thinks that about every place in the world. Do not get closer without getting burned. This is my very strong suggestion. Countries that are aligned with the United States are getting burned. It's the adage that I quote very frequently of Henry Kissinger, that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. And Kissinger knew what he was talking about. So India, as a great power, should stay clear of these traps, and it should work together with other great powers, China and Russia in particular, and Brazil, and the African leadership, to say we are not going to let the world slip out of our hands because Donald Trump has some delusion, or Benjamin Netanyahu has some delusion. This unbridled, rapidly escalating war of aggression by Israel and the United States needs to end now, before the world economy is destroyed and before thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, God knows how many people are killed in this mayhem.
I have another comment from the president, Professor Sachs, that I want you and our viewers to hear, which is specifically about a ceasefire. This is also a fascinating moment because in it you will hear the president talk about how there's a ceasefire on the table, but that he doesn't need to sign a ceasefire, but that Iran wants a ceasefire, but that there's no one in Iran to talk to. So where does this ceasefire actually come on? It's another incredible example of saying a lot without saying very much at all. Just listen to this.
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment. They don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that.
Professor Sachs, about the ceasefire, for the last 4 days, that's been, a word that the President of the United States has been using. But again, he keeps jumping between the specifics of it. So people are confused. Is there a ceasefire on the table? Is there someone to speak to? Are the Iranians not speaking? Do they not want a ceasefire? No clarity.
The Iranians are clear. They're not accepting a ceasefire because the United States will bomb them again. Israel will bomb them again at any moment, at any time, because unfortunately the word of the United States and Israel means nothing right now. Twice the U.S. and Israel have bombed Iran, this time at devastating rates, after engaging or in the midst of engaging in negotiations that were making significant progress. So Trump does not utter a sentence that isn't an internal contradiction. But please, and this is the most important point, this is not tactical, this is not clever, this is not to confuse the other side. This is confusion itself. And it's flailing around. And we need to end this not by Donald Trump figuring out things, but by being helped to understand the truth. And the truth is that this is leading the world to disaster, and the United States has no right to lead the world to disaster. So honestly, world leaders, if they sit back, they're doing a profound disservice to the world and to their own people. And if they side with the United States because it's so powerful, they're doing an even greater disservice, because the U.S. and Israel are wrecking the entire world, bringing the world to the most dangerous moment of modern history. And this needs to stop. And they will not stop internally, neither Israel nor the United States. The internal brakes don't exist, only the external brakes, and those need to be applied.
Professor Sachs, one of the most talked about Truth Social posts from the president came last week when he was seen to have thrown Israel under the bus after, Israel's attack on the South Pars gas field of Iran. And, we all saw that escalation and that crossfire. He basically said, I had no idea that Netanyahu was going to do this attack. What did you think of that? We've got that statement up on our screen right now, where he basically said the US had no idea. Israel lashed violently out because of what's happening in the Middle East, which is a very nebulous, ambiguous kind of thing to say. But he basically said we had no idea, and most people are calling him out on that. What did you think?
Of course, Israel and the U.S. In the intelligence agencies, CIA and Mossad, and in the military are tightly intertwined. Of course, the United States knew, both in the intelligence agencies and in the military. Whether the President of the United States knew or didn't understand or heard or didn't, or is lying as usual, I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is a joint U.S.-Israeli operation, connected at every operational level. Trump himself is a very ignorant man with an extraordinarily short attention span. This is very, very dangerous. He can't even, as we've been saying, utter a sentence that is consistent from the beginning to the end. So maybe he didn't know, but probably he did and forgot, or he did and lies, I don't know. But maybe he didn't, but his government, his military, his intelligence agencies obviously knew. So he says anything. We could spend all the time listening to this stream of consciousness nonsense, because it is nonsense, beginning to end. None of it makes sense at the length even of one sentence. But we should not sit back and let the world get wrecked by this kind of delusional, impulsive, inconsistent activity.
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make sense of human seemingly mad behavior, which is actually what Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith, who I consider to be the newest Charles Darwin, has done in this incredible interview. His world-saving breakthrough presents the redeeming and psychologically healing understanding of ourselves, which is the fundamental paradigm shift we need to save the human race.
I'm completely shocked after watching this interview to see a scientist finally explain the human condition and fix the world. It's utterly astonishing.
What you will hear is really the most amazing talk that has ever been heard.
This interview left me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
I believe this is the most sensational information to ever appear on planet Earth.
So you just need to listen to this interview.
Don't let bank cards ruin your next trip. Bank cards get blocked, ATMs chew up cards, and you are left stranded. But Wise lets you spend around the world without any drama. Plus, they have 24/7 support no matter where you are. So be smart and get Wise.
One of the escalatory steps, Professor Sachs, going forward, is the possibility of boots on the ground, or, maybe some kind of an operation that involves the US Marines taking over the Karg Island, or, possibly any other strategic location inside or outside Iran. Given the kind of escalatory trap that many analysts are looking at, and everything that you say and know about Trump already, do you think that's a distinct possibility that Trump will escalate using Marines? There are 2 amphibious ships already, as you know, headed to the Persian Gulf. Do you think that's a distinct possibility, or is it just muscle flexing?
Oh, of course it's a possibility. There are no limits, and there is no strategy. So, of course, it's a possibility. If the Marines are heading that way, they're going to be used, unless, as I keep saying, the war is stopped by other means. Basically from the outside, explaining to Mr. Trump that it's over, it's time to go home. If that doesn't happen, if the war continues on the trajectory that it is, of course, Marines will be used, many will die, there will be further escalation. This is in part Netanyahu's dream. He wants this to spiral upward until the United States is fully engaged and launches a full, total war against Iran, maybe nuclear war, who knows? This is Netanyahu's dream. And so it's all going according to Israel's plans, and Trump is, of course, going along with it. I'm not saying Israel alone caused it. This is Trump's delusion every bit as much as Netanyahu's delusion. But of course, there's no natural stopping point from an internal break in the United States. That won't happen. And there's no winning the U.S. goals in any easy way. Quite the contrary. These goals that were stated by the U.S. and Israel are not in reach. Regime change is not going to happen, not in the way they thought. And it's not going to happen before there is mass destruction of the Middle East and perhaps of the world.
And speaking of mass destruction, Professor Sachs, the tit-for-tat strikes on nuclear sites in Dimona in Israel, in Isfahan in Iran, how do you see that? That is a distinct escalation in the choice of targets being hit now. Yes, it is true that Isfahan was hit last year as well, but this year, given what we've seen so far, that appears to suggest exactly what you're saying, that there are no limits.
I believe there are no limits. I believe we're dealing with the 2 mentally unstable leaders that have no limits and are prepared to escalate all the way to nuclear war. It's shocking to say it, but I don't see the limits of these two people. They don't have internal limits. Israeli society at this point is so propagandized and so profoundly destabilized mentally that it's basically a full country at war. The United States is different. The American public is against this war. Of course, it's being fed the usual vast amount of propaganda by the hour, but it's basically against this war, unlike the Israeli public, which is overwhelmingly for this war. But Trump himself does not have institutional limits internally. Our Congress basically doesn't exist, even though it is their constitutional responsibility and sole responsibility, or only Congress has the responsibility to declare war, but Trump has completely arrogated that responsibility to himself at a personal level. So there are no institutional checks right now inside the U.S., and anything can happen. And bombing nuclear power plants, unfortunately, this is par for the course of recklessness of Israel and the United States right now. And it should be a signal, again, to Prime Minister Modi, to President Putin, to President Xi, and to others, that this has gone far enough for them to step up together, to intervene, and to explain that this must stop.
One final soundbite from the President of the United States, Professor Sachs, that I want your views on. And this is about talking to Iran. You know, we've repeatedly tried to see if there is any conversation at all happening. And whenever the President has been asked about it, he says the US wants talks with Iran, but there's nobody to talk to after the killing of senior officials. And at the same time, we've heard Iran saying, we don't want to talk. Unless this stops, we don't want to talk. So there clearly are people to talk to, but Trump says, we don't want to talk to them because there's nobody to talk to. What did you think of that? But first, let me play out that soundbite.
Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is all gone, it's all gone, their radar is all gone, their leaders are all gone, the next set of leaders are all gone, and the next set of leaders are mostly gone, and now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody to talk to.
Well, Iran's very much talking, Professor Sachs. I mean, we see something coming out of there and their leadership almost every day. Trump says, you know, there's nobody to talk to. We want to talk to Iran, but there's nobody to talk to.
Honestly, what should we make of a statement like that? You and I know that Iran has leaders, that it has a functioning government despite the mass assassinations by Israel and the United States. I don't want to list all the names of senior officials, but we could quite easily. So when Trump says this, it's not even kind of a clever spin, it's a madness. A president of the United States speaking such vile, empty, vulgar lies as a matter of course should wake up the world leaders. Really, this is what I keep saying. This is not normal. This is not hard for you and for me to look at that and say, that's not true. This isn't even clever. This is delusional. And it's delusional as well as psychopathic, because it's also this strange idea. There are no leaders because we killed them all. So we killed everybody, so there's no one to talk to. It's both a delusion and it's a kind of psychopathic statement as well. We need better. Honestly, we need better. And there are some ways to try to get better right now. It's what I call grown-up behavior. We need grown-ups right now to take some responsibility for the world.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, always good to have you. Thank you very much for your time today on NDTV.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much.
News coming in here on Breaking Ground. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be speaking on the current situation in Iran and the Middle East in the lower house of Parliament, which is the Lok Sabha, at 2 o'clock today. Aishwarya joining me live. Aishwarya, that statement in Lok Sabha expected from the Prime Minister in about 2 hours from now.
Well, that's right. Just yesterday, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who chaired a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security to review the global situation and various measures being planned by the government across sectors amid the West Asia conflict. And it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also directed that a team of ministers and secretaries be created in this regard for a whole of government approach. Certainly what we have been told is that today in the Lok Sabha, which is the lower house of the Parliament, Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be making a statement as to how India is dealing with the West Asia situation, and amid the growing demand of the opposition to have a discussion and to put on record how things are going on as far as Indian standard in the West Asia, the ships which are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, and also what the Indian government is doing as far as coping up with the kind of situation as far as the LPG and the gas in the country is concerned. So certainly it is the government of India which have taken a stock of the situation yesterday with all the concerned ministers, and today it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who will be making a brief statement and also would be informing to the countrymen that how the government of India is doing all efforts possible. Remember, yesterday the meeting was attended by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, and all the concerned ministries.
Ecovacs, created for ease.
We use AI to help with our work here. How would you use it in this role?
Learn AI skills before you need them. digitalpassport.co.nz.
A State Department cable signed by Marco Rubio has ordered U.S. diplomats to pressure allies to designate Iran's Revolutionary Guard and Lebanon's Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. The March 16th cable instructs U.S. diplomats to raise the issue with foreign counterparts by March 20th and coordinate with Israeli officials. The campaign is part of the effort to brand Iran as the world's leading sponsor of state terrorism, because of its support for Shiite militias in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as Hamas in occupied Palestine. But is Iran, by supporting proxies, doing anything the U.S. has not engaged in for decades? And can the groups that Iran supports always be classified as terrorist organizations? Hamas, which is Sunni rather than Shia, was not formed as a terrorist group. It was formed as part of the Palestinian struggle for liberation, when the secular leadership of the Palestine Liberation Organization failed to deliver on its promises to create a Palestinian state. Hezbollah also was not formed as a terrorist organization. It was birthed as an opposition force to fight against Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon from 1982 to 2000. The Houthis as well rose up to fight a repressive Saudi-backed regime in Yemen. While these groups, like all resistance groups, including Jewish militias that founded the State of Israel and the African National Congress, have carried out acts of terrorism, including bombings, kidnappings, assassinations, and hijackings to achieve their goals of liberation, they are not strictly speaking terrorists or nihilistic killers. They are fighting, in their eyes, for an end to occupation and liberation. How is this different from the U.S. backing of proxy organizations? The CIA has long funded and armed groups that use terrorism as a tactic. Cuban anti-Castro organizations funded by the CIA, for example, placed a bomb on a Cuban commercial airliner in 1976 that killed all 73 passengers on board. The CIA helped form and fund death squads in Chile, Argentina, El Salvador, Guatemala, and later during the war in Iraq armed and trained murderous Shiite militias. The U.S. backed right-wing terrorist organizations in Italy during the so-called Years of Lead from the late 1960s into the early 1980s. From 1979 to 1990, Washington provided financial, logistical, and military support to the Contra rebels in Nicaragua. The Contras, seeking to overthrow the leftist Sandinista government, carried out an estimated 1,300 terrorist attacks. The U.S. also provided extensive military aid to Syrian militias, including the notorious Nur al-Din al-Zenki Islamist group and ISIS in Syria, fighting against the Syrian regime. These Islamist groups abducted and tortured journalists and foreign aid workers and carried out executions by beheadings. Joining me to discuss the designation of Iran as the world's greatest sponsor of terrorism is John Kiriakou. John worked for the CIA from 1990 to 2004, first as an analyst and later as a counterterrorism operations officer overseas in Bahrain, Athens, and Pakistan, where he was the CIA's chief of counter-terrorist operations. He led a series of military raids on al-Qaeda safe houses in Pakistan, capturing dozens of suspects, including the 2002 raid that captured Abu Zubaydah, then thought to be the third-ranking member of al-Qaeda. He was also the first CIA officer to publicly confirm that the CIA waterboarded prisoners and that such an action was torture. He also confirmed that torture was an official U.S. government policy rather than wrongdoing by a few rogue agents. He became the sixth whistleblower indicted under the Espionage Act by the Obama administration and was sent to prison for 2.5 years.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m.? Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
What a time to be into all things music. With free data for Spotify Music on Spark Pay Monthly mobile plans.
I have this question, John. Is there any intelligence agency anywhere in the world that you know of that does not contract out either with individuals or proxy groups who I think would fit the classical definition of terrorism or being a terrorist?
Oh, I think just about every country does things that may be illegal, others might object to. Certainly the United States and its major allies, the UK, France, for example, others that are close to the United States have committed acts even recently that I think you or I or any reasonable person would consider to be acts of terrorism, certainly.
The designation of Iran as the world's leading sponsor of terrorism, and I tried to make that point in the introduction, the groups they sponsor are not nihilistic terrorist groups per se. Where does that come from? And can you compare Iran and its support for proxies or quote-unquote terrorist groups with other countries, including Saudi Arabia?
Sure. First, I think we owe viewers a definition of terrorism. The generally agreed upon definition of terrorism is the act of carrying out violence in the civilian population for the purpose of creating terror for a political purpose. So terrorism supporting national liberation organizations is not an act of terrorism. It's just not. Whether we disagree with that or not is a separate issue, but it's just not an act of terrorism. I would add that there are close U.S. allies, you named Saudi Arabia, for example, that if we were to hold the Saudis to the same definition, would be at least as guilty as the Iranians. Look at the havoc that the Saudis have wreaked, for example, in Yemen. It's incalculable, and it's gone over the course of decades. Look at what the United States has done. You mentioned the Contra rebels. That's a great example, but look at others. Look at let's say the Greek military junta, for example, that carried out acts of terrorism against its own people. Look at Israel, that has carried out assassinations all over the world. We could even point the finger at the government of India, for that matter, for carrying out assassinations and terrorist attacks in Canada, blowing up a 747, no less. So really, the complaint that I have with this designation, this terrorism designation, is that because we've manipulated the definition so many times over the years, and we've used that designation as a cudgel against countries that we don't like or whose policies we disagree with, it's become meaningless to place a group or a country on the list of terrorists. It means nothing now in the end.
Well, Iran does not appear to. It's a very repressive regime. I was thrown in jail there once and deported in handcuffs another time. But it doesn't appear to carry out the spate of targeted assassinations against opponents, especially outside its borders, that Israel does.
Right. I mean, Israel is, in my view, an extreme example. I mean, if you happen to be an Iranian military official or nuclear scientist or businessman who is carrying out trade that the government of Israel disagrees with, and you happen to be in Vienna or London or Dubai, for example, you can easily be assassinated by Israeli officers there as you could be in the center of Tehran. And let's talk about the center of Tehran. The Israelis use cutouts. They use recruited assets on the ground to carry out acts of terrorism in the center of Tehran, targeting military officials.
Explain what a cutout is.
A cutout is a person recruited to carry out an action that gives the initiator of the action plausible deniability. So, for example, if you don't want to send an Israeli intelligence officer into Tehran, you assess that the risk is too high, you recruit, let's say, an Afghan refugee to do it. He might do it for $100. Or you recruit somebody that's already in Iran, maybe an Iranian national who has the ability to come and go. Perhaps you recruit that person in Dubai and send it back to Tehran to carry out this act. But there are a million ways to commit acts of terrorism, and the Israelis use a lot of them.
Well, we have long supported Mujahideen al-Haq, which was based in Iraq, and I think it's an anti-Iranian resistance group, but I think that was on the list of designated terrorist groups for
decades. Chris, I'm so glad that you brought up the MEK, because I feel like I've been the only one talking about the MEK in recent months, and nobody knows what in the world I'm talking about. The MEK, the Mujahideen Khalq, is a terrorist group that's been around since the 1960s. It's more of a cult than anything else. It was formed by a husband and wife team in the late 1960s to carry out terrorist attacks in Iran. Now, these attacks weren't just against the Shah and the Shah's governmental officials. There were attacks against Americans, against the American ambassador, for example, in Tehran, against the highest-ranking U.S. Army general posted in Iran, a lieutenant general. They were based in the mountains of.
Am I right, John, that they were killed, right?
They were killed.
They were killed.
That's right. Or at least the ambassador was killed. You're exactly right. The Mujahideen Khalq was based in the camps in the mountains of northeastern Iraq. And Saddam Hussein even gave them a radio station with which to transmit their propaganda to Iran. Now, it was set up as a communist group, but it wasn't really communist. It was, as I said, more of a cult. The founder, Rajavi, his first name escapes me, disappeared one day. Just disappeared, was never seen again. His wife, Miriam Rajavi, was rumored to have assassinated him and had his body buried. But in any event, she took over the organization and immediately started working to open a channel of communication with the West. It was in 2009, Chris, during the Barack Obama administration with Hillary Clinton as the Secretary of State, that the U.S. government decided to lift that terrorism designation from the MEK. And immediately the MEK was feted in Washington, in New York, in London. Hillary Clinton used her influence to get the Brits to lift the terrorist designation, the French and others. And then the MEK leadership was very smart in that it recognized the need to hire high-powered lobbyists in Washington. And so they hired the likes of Rudy Giuliani and Howard Dean, a Republican and a Democrat. They spent millions and millions of dollars on Capitol Hill trying to win friends and influence people, and they were successful. And so now we have this terrorist, this murderer, this cult leader, Miriam Rajavi, arriving in Washington and being treated as a conquering hero. Why? Because she hates the Ayatollahs. And our government hates the Ayatollahs. Now, this led to a bigger problem, in my view. We know that the Israelis have provided an inordinate amount of so-called intelligence to the U.S. government since the beginning of this conflict with Iran. I use air quotes around intelligence because, in my view, a great deal of it is just made up out of thin air. For example, this ridiculous assertion that there are Iranian terrorist sleeper cells in cities all across the United States. I can't tell you how many emails I've received from people in such disparate locations as Cleveland, Ohio, and Honolulu, Hawaii, and Oklahoma City, and Denver, and Miami asking, is it true that there are Iranian terrorist cells embedded in my city? No, it's not true. That was a lie that the Israelis made up to convince the American people that we needed to overthrow this government in Tehran, number one. Number two, Miriam Rajavi takes Israeli money. The Israelis brag about it in their media. Miriam Rajavi tells the Israeli government that the people of Iran are on the brink of an uprising. All the government needs is a little shove. It's a house of cards. It's going to topple when the first missile flies, and there will be democracy and everybody will live happily ever after. And anybody with any brain, anybody who has ever followed developments in Iran would have been able to say that that was preposterous, that no such thing would happen. A third point, I was intimately involved in the planning for the 2003 Iraq War, something of which I'm not at all proud. I was the executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director for operations. One of the things that I learned then, I guess I already knew it, but I learned it definitively, was that the United States, no matter its intent, will never be seen as a liberator. It will be seen as an invader and an occupier. And so for the average Iranian, it is better for them to live with the system that they have now than to risk the chaos that invariably comes from an American Israeli. I can only imagine what the average Iranian thinks about a joint invasion by the United States and Israel.
The Israeli objective appears in Iran different from the American objective. I mean, who knows what the objective is? I'm not sure Trump knows. But they would like to see the regime changed. I think Trump foolishly thought that decapitating the top of the Iranian regime would give him a Venezuela-type situation. The Israeli goal is really to do what they to create a failed state, to destroy. They destroyed Iraq. Well, of course, we were urged by the Israelis to start the Iraq War. Iraq is fractured into antagonistic factions. Syria is a failed state. They're carrying out a Gaza-like obliteration of southern Lebanon as I speak. And it seems clear, and Netanyahu has been lobbying for the war with Iran for almost 4 decades, that what they would do is like to splinter, destroy, fragment, and only 60% of Iranians are Persians. But people don't know that it's a very diverse, ethnically, religiously diverse country. But as somebody who's dealt with, studied terrorism for a long time, it's those failed states that really spawn terrorist groups, isn't it?
It really is. You're exactly right about the Israelis. The Israelis believe that they benefit from surrounding countries being mired in chaos. For example, in Syria, the Israelis benefited from never-ending war there. I always maintained that the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, and that Bashar al-Assad was no threat to Israel. But then you put the former co-founder of ISIS in charge, a man who was a longtime member of Al-Qaeda in charge. He immediately begins a pogrom against minority communities, whether they're Druze or Christian or what have you. And that's supposed to be better for whom? In Iraq, the same thing. The Israelis were threatened by a central government led by Saddam Hussein. They benefited from chaos. If their view was if Iraqis are busy killing each other, they're not going to be a threat to Israel. They won't threaten to kill Israelis. We saw the same thing happen in Libya. Now we're seeing the same thing happen in Iran. I think that you're exactly right, that the Israelis really want, at the end of this, a failed state. They want to see decades where Iranian is pitted against Iranian, and they just simply take years and years to kill each other.
I want to raise something that you know and I know, but most people who follow the Middle East don't know, and that is that at certain pivotal moments, Iran was our ally. Iran has a very antagonistic relationship with the Taliban, and when the Sunni militias were ascended, Iran worked with the United States to support Shia groups, including sending armed Iranians into Iraq with our blessing.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. And we're not talking about the period of the Shah of Iran. We're talking about post-Shah Iran.
Yeah.
This is something that I've always felt very strongly about. We've missed we've missed issue after issue after issue on which we could have cooperated with the Iranians. We could have cooperated with the Iranians on counterterrorism, on counter proliferation, even counter narcotics. I've told a story, Chris, many times. When I was the senior investigator in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I told the chairman, Senator John Kerry, that I wanted to go to Afghanistan to do a study on the cultivation of heroin poppy. And so I flew out to Bagram Air Base. They were waiting for me. They weren't happy about it, but I said that I needed to fly to Kandahar and then to Helmand province, the capital of Lashkar Gah, in order to do this study. I wanted to go into the poppy fields. I wanted to interview farmers. They hated the idea. It's the only time in my career that I ever pulled rank on someone. And I said, look, with all due respect, because I'm a senior congressional staff member, I have brigadier general status, and I am ordering you to fly me to Kandahar and Lashkar Gah. And we got in the helicopter and we went. Well, when we get to Lashkar Gah, we get into a couple of jeeps, and with a translator, a security detail, we go into the poppy fields and we stumble on a poppy farmer. And I asked him what in retrospect was a very naive question. I said, why do you grow poppy when instead you could grow things with 2 growing seasons, like onions or tomatoes or pomegranates? He was very frustrated with me. And he said, angrily, he said, the Americans told me in 2001 that if I told them where the Arabs were, I could grow all the poppy I wanted. I said, what Americans told you you could grow poppy? And as soon as those words came out of my mouth, my military handler said, meeting's over, we're under threat, which we weren't. He pulled me back to the Jeep, and we went back to the base. And then I had to fly back to Helmand province, to the air base at Bagram. In any event, I fly back to Washington. I write a very strongly worded report, and I send it to a friend of mine at the Drug Enforcement Agency. And he calls me back a few days later, and he said, buddy, you know you're never going to get this published, right? And I said, why not? And he said, Afghanistan produces 93% of the world's heroin. Almost all of that heroin goes to Iran and Russia, and we want them to be addicted to heroin. It weakens their societies. And of course, Senator Kerry would never allow it to be published, and I had to kill it. Well, here we are all these years later, and we cannot get a handle on our fentanyl problem. The fentanyl that we deal with is made in China. And why won't the Chinese work with us to stop it? Because they want us to be addicted to fentanyl. It weakens our society. So here we're in this position where we tried to wreck Iranian society for decades. Rather than to go to the trouble of cooperating, rather than going to the trouble of trying to identify common ground where we could work with them and maybe begin to improve relations, which have been so poor since 1979, we elected instead to try to get their people addicted to heroin, maybe have some of them die, work with the Israelis to assassinate their scientists and their military leaders, and just let them devolve into a chaos that we hoped would last for many years.
Well, the other thing about targeted assassinations, I know because I've intimately followed Israel's assassinations of Hamas leaders, some of whom I knew, of course, is that what it does is inevitably strengthen or see the solidification of the hardliners, the most fanatic. Because the message is why negotiate, why speak, why try to make deals. They'll just kill you. And you go from, I knew Dr. Abdel Aziz Rantisi, one of the co-founders of Hamas, and then after he was assassinated in 2004, along with Sheikh Yassin, the other co-founder, I knew his successor, Nizar Rayan, you end up with a Yahya Sinwar. And this is just true inevitably that all of these targeted assassination campaigns, and maybe that's what they want. It creates people who are much more rigid.
I think that's exactly right. Because then those people are easier to attack politically and easier to isolate. I think that's exactly what the plan was. Yeah, and another part of the plan, and this is something that has become, that has sort of moved into the arena of public discourse, is the accusation that everybody who doesn't toe the line is anti-Semitic. I mean, you're anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Semitic, Tucker Carlson's anti-Semitic. Everybody who doesn't agree with the Likud line or the farther to the right line in the Likud coalition government is an anti-Semite. I have a good friend who was an IDF special forces officer, is now an American citizen and married to an American. And he told me that he was actually taught in school to automatically accuse anybody who criticized Israel in any way of anti-Semitism, that it served to silence dissent. And so we see that now to the point where it's beginning to backfire and people just aren't buying it anymore.
Do you have any idea, or had you heard in your years in the CIA, what is the quality of Iranian intelligence? Is it considered a good or weak, or do you have any idea?
Yeah, it's considered to be one of the less effective services. Part of the problem is that it's tough for them to find decent training. They'll get a little bit of training from the Russians. They might get a little bit of equipment from the Chinese, but that's about it. The rest of it is sort of done in-house, and they're just not very good at it.
In terms of the using this stick of Iranians, and of course that has been one of the reasons for the sanctions, using this stick of Iran being the world's, I think they call it the world's greatest sponsor of terrorism. Are there other factors that essentially mitigate that profile? Are there I don't know if you can do comparisons, but are there ways by which we can put Iran in some kind of perspective, given other nations that support groups that we consider terrorist groups?
Sure. Let's look at Pakistan. One of the most memorable tours that I ever had in the CIA was in Pakistan. I loved every minute that I was in Pakistan, and I enjoyed working with the Pakistani intelligence service and the Pakistani military. That is not to say that they don't actively support a myriad of terrorist groups. They do. I've always said that it's as though there are two parallel Pakistani intelligence services, ISI. There is the half that I worked with, every one of whom was trained at Sandhurst. And then you go to the ISI headquarters and you see some of these guys with very long beards. They're the ones who formed these groups like the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the Kashmiri liberation groups. They're the ones that financed the attacks on the Jewish Center in Mumbai and the Western hotels in Mumbai. Bona fide terrorists. But the Pakistanis are our friends when it comes to Al-Qaeda and working against the Taliban. Never mind that they created the Taliban. Now they're working against the Taliban.
Yeah, that's an important point, John, because the Saudis and the Americans funneled, billions through the ISI, and the ISI consciously funded the most radical elements of the Taliban and refused to support, more moderate or democratic resistance movements.
That's exactly right. And not only funneled billions of dollars, gave them state-of-the-art weapons to use against the Soviet military. It turned the tide of the war, but then they kept the weapons to eventually use against us. So yeah, there's a lot of very poor planning. We could say the same thing about the Indians, in that, you know, the Indians support their own Kashmiri separatist groups, extremist groups, and it's the Indians that blew up the 747 in Canada. It's the Indians that carry out hits or attempted hits against Sikh activists or Indian leftists or anti-Hindu nationalists in places like Canada or the UK. There's plenty of blame to go around, and not to even begin to discuss what the CIA does on a daily basis.
Well, I remember interviewing you before, and you talked about after the attacks of 9/11, the gloves were off. I mean, everything the Church Commission had tried to prevent, which were assassinations and torture and everything else, it just evaporated.
It really did. It really did. You know, we used to always hear about this golden age of the CIA as a law-abiding pillar of our democracy that began in 1975 with the advent of the Church and Pike committees. And that just simply wasn't true. Yes, they did clear out a lot of the you know, the old timers, the assassins, the coup plotters, the MK Ultra, Dr. Mengelas. Sure, they were fired in 1975 and 1976, but then Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980, and everything changed because he was obsessed with communism and obsessed with Central America. And the next thing you know, the CIA is overseeing a secret war in Central America, and cocaine is somehow magically finding its way into American society. So was there really a golden age? If there was, it only lasted for a minute.
But after 9/11, didn't the rate of assassinations by U.S. intelligence officials skyrocket, or am I wrong?
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. And skyrocket. I wish there was even a stronger word. Executive Order 12333, which was signed by President Ford in 1975, as one of its provisions, banned assassinations by the CIA. The CIA was out just killing everybody it didn't like until 1975. President Ford put an end to that. 12333 was amended by Ronald Reagan to allow targeted killings of any person posing a clear and present danger to the United States, an American citizen, or an American installation. 12333 was again amended just in the days after 9/11 to allow the CIA to assassinate opponents at its discretion. And so skyrocket it did, to the point where the agency set up teams, formal offices, you know, with an administrative structure even, you know, a career panel, a promotion panel, where your job was to fly around the world and kill people. And then you would get a fitness report that, yes, he killed these people and he missed this one and he couldn't find that one. So we'll pass him over for promotion this time. We'll promote him next time if he kills the next 5 people. I mean, this is the craziness that we adopted at the CIA post 9/11.
Just to close on the war with Iran, I'm curious what your thoughts are. But given the fact that Israel and the United States have assassinated, including, of course, the supreme leader, these major figures, and before that, in the first Trump administration, they assassinated Soleimani, the general. Do you see the Iranians essentially attempting to pay us back?
I do. It's something that I think we should be thinking of. You know, Chris, one of the very first things that I learned in my CIA operational training was how to handle something called a walk-in. A walk-in is someone who literally walks in off the street into an American embassy and says, I have information that I want to pass to the CIA. And so I was frequently the walk-in officer because I have multiple foreign languages. I would put on a disguise. I would go to the walk-in room, which was usually outside the hard line, not always. 95 times out of 100, and I'm specific about this 95 because studies have been done internally, 95 times out of 100, these were just crazy people. You know, the CIA has a chip in their head. They have a message. The head of Al-Qaeda is Queen Elizabeth, that kind of thing. We used to get that all the time.
I just want to interrupt because those people always come to journalists and want you to write up exactly that. just so you know, you're not the only one plagued by those people.
It was very frustrating, and it was a great waste of my day.
Yeah.
So, but you have to take every one of them seriously, just in case that one is the real McCoy. Now, of the other 5, some are what we called intelligence brokers, where they actually do have a little nugget of intelligence, and they'll give it to you, and they want $500. But then they're going to go to the British embassy and sell it to them, and the French embassy, and the Chinese, and the Russians, and they'll sell it to all of them. And that's a month's salary. They did pretty well for themselves for that week. Some are the real McCoy. Usually it's about 1 out of 100, maybe less than 1 out of 100. It's the real deal. A nuclear scientist, an intelligence officer, a senior military officer. But then the other 1 out of 100 is called an intelligence probe. This is somebody sent by the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians, Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda. They're coming in to pretend that they want to be a walk-in, but really they're looking to see where the cameras are, how much of the glass is bulletproof or bomb-proof, how heavy the door is the door armored, how far inside the embassy can they get, how many people that they encounter have sidearms, and they amass this intelligence in their databases just in case they need to attack the United States. It helps them to identify the weak link in the chain. And so, for example, in Pakistan, a walk-in could never get anywhere near the actual embassy itself. There's a little hut out in the parking lot, and we're going to meet with that person out in the parking lot. But there were some embassies that I worked in where we welcomed them right inside the building. In one case, we met with walk-ins inside the MSG, the Marine Security Guard uniform room, with the guns in their racks on the wall, which was lunacy to me. But then they know that, well, if the United States attacks, let's say Iran in this example, they know that the American embassy in XYZ country is a weak link, and then that's the embassy they're going to hit.
Do you think that, I mean, it's a kind of, for every reaction, there's a reaction. Yeah. I am certain that the genocide in Gaza will eventually spawn what we will call terrorism. Mm-hmm. These Palestinian militants don't have an air force. They don't have the ability to carry out what we would consider state terrorism. Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering if you see that coming.
I do.
Vis-a-vis Iran.
I do. If I were Iranian, if I were an Iranian leader or an Iranian intelligence officer, I would be plotting my revenge starting right now. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I said a moment ago that there are no Iranian sleeper cells in the United States. They don't need to have sleeper cells. They need to have a cell in a country or a city where the United States has diplomatic interests, let's say. There's a huge Iranian population in Dubai. Is there an Iranian cell in Dubai? Probably. I would guess that there would be. And I would want to hit an American interest in Dubai or in Islamabad or in Manila or someplace where it's less likely to be protected.
Well, I think throughout the region, many Shia, certainly in Iraq is about 60% Shia. Mm-hmm. Bahrain is primarily Shia. Mm-hmm. They see this as a war on Shiism.
Absolutely.
And we have already seen a series of attacks by Shiite militias in Iraq on American interests. So I think it's important to understand that you can recruit beyond Iranian citizenship.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Many Lebanese are Shia. Most Bahrainis, as you said, are Shia.
Right.
There's a large minority Shia population in Kuwait. There's a Shia population in the Emirates. Most of them are expatriates. There's a large Shia population in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. So, sure.
Around the oil facilities.
Around the oil fields, that's right. There are Shia in Afghanistan, the Hazaras. There are Shia in Pakistan. So, sure, I could see it.
It's what they call blowback.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly what they call it.
Great. Thanks, John. And I want to thank Sophia, Thomas, and Max, who produced the show. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Hey, everybody. Here from now. The first name that came up was the Netherlands, Elgin, Illinois, Lincoln, Nebraska, Frenchtown, New Jersey. I know why you're here. Seattle, Washington, Naperville, Illinois, New Mexico, Lawrence, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Riverside, California, Waverly, Pennsylvania, and with Kristen, Facebook is on board. And since she is also our first repeat state with California in the house, it's time to start things here. So first of all, thank you all so much for being here. I'm thrilled once again to have the senator from New Jersey here, Senator Andy Kim, for a number of reasons. But first of all, Senator Kim, thank you so much for making the time to talk to us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again.
So one of the reasons I wanted to talk to the senator from New Jersey, to Senator Kim, is that it feels to me, and feels is that word I use so cautiously, but it feels to me like the country has changed dramatically in the last 2 days, in that an awful lot of people are now talking about the future that we want to build. And one of the people who's doing that really effectively is Senator Kim. But the other reason that I wanted to talk to you today, Senator, was because before we get to rebuild that future, we have to get out of the moment in which we are currently stuck. And it's a very frightening moment. And I know that you recorded a video from a train about what you were doing and why. And I would love it if you would just talk to us about what things look like on Capitol Hill, what your plans are, and what we should be doing in this moment.
Yeah, look, I was earlier this week on Tuesday, I was actually giving a speech in New Jersey at a university about the future of foreign policy. And I was trying to lay out, look, if we have a problem with Trump's might makes right approach to foreign policy, well, yes, we have to make sure we get that out there. But then there's the question of, well, what else? What next? What is it that we think needs to be happening? I was laying out a point that I was making, that when I went to the Munich Security Conference and talked with leaders around the world, it became just so apparently clear to me that we're never going to have a situation where the next president is able to come in and say America is back. That we have fixed it, that we are back on course. Like, we have just no credibility when it comes to that anymore. And so I was trying to think through, okay, well, what then do we have to do to try to regain trust from the rest of the world, but also from Americans here at home, who, again, don't trust our system either. They have seen just the brokenness that is there. So I was at a university giving that speech about what should be that foreign policy for the next 10, 20 years. But I was given that speech just right after Trump gave this unbelievably dangerous statement, a social media post about, just the death of a civilization, the idea of potential mass violence against so many civilians. And it just really hit at me, at this point, just like, for me to even have this speech, to think through what comes next, we have to even think about, like, how do we even get to that moment? How do we even get to that moment where we have a future president that has the opportunity to even conceptualize what comes next? And also this question of what is left for that president? What is left of America after the next 3 years? And so I can't even assume where we're going to be in November 2028. I don't even know where we're going to be in November 2026, let alone next week, God forbid, when this president has laid out, this 2-week timetable for what could happen next and the threat of starting this war right back up again. So I gave remarks at that speech on Tuesday saying, like, I'm glad to be here at this university talking about the future foreign policy, but I'll be honest with you, I should be at the Capitol. Congress should be at the Capitol because there is so much happening right now, and the American people deserve, in these moments of such anxiety and these moments of such consequence, the American people deserve to have their government present, government doing their job. So I chose to just immediately jump on a train to head back down to DC. And I just felt it was my duty, my responsibility. And I've been, here in DC doing things that I think Congress should be doing. I requested a meeting and a briefing from the Department of Defense. You can imagine what they said to me, which is, the same thing that they've been saying to the American people, because it's not that they're saying it to me. What they're doing is they're saying it to the American people. No, you do not deserve to know what's happening with this war. In the same reason why they have not had any public hearings since the beginning of this war. And is because they don't think the American people deserve to know what is happening. And I hope that is just so abundantly clear. And I think you can hear in my voice, like, how frustrated I am at this moment because, like, I've told you this before, like, I worked in war zones. I was a civilian embedded with the military in Afghanistan. I worked on Iraq, on counterterrorism issues. When I was in Afghanistan 15 years ago and saw the wayward way of the war already, that was 10 years into the war, and let alone another decade after I left. But I promised myself at the time that if I ever was in a position where we are at war again in another reckless war, and I am in some position to try to stop it or shape it, that I would do everything I humanly can to be able to do so. And I remember how upset I was when I was in Afghanistan and realizing that people back home in America are not internalizing that we're at war and not seeing the threats that are facing us. And when I think about thousands of service members right now in harm's way, we can't just go about business as usual here. We just can't go about our daily lives as if we didn't have a commander-in-chief that just threatened to annihilate a civilization. So I feel very strongly at this moment that this is a point where we have to get the American people's attention and not normalize what is happening right now, not normalize the president's comments, not normalize this breach of the Constitution of starting this war without the American people's approval. This is something that I feel like we have to draw a line.
So let's unpack that a little bit for us, if you would. So I agree with you. For me, the statement on Tuesday of Trump's that he was going to annihilate, kill a civilization, by which the assumption is that he meant Iran, to me was a real breaking point. I likened it to the great crash of 1929, that you couldn't go back to before it. Because in addition to terrorizing the world, he was terrorizing the American people and saying that, I'm going to be potentially dropping a nuclear weapon in your name. And there were a couple of interesting things that came out of that politically to me. One was how few Republicans were willing to speak out against that, which surprised me, even in my old jaded years here, that so few of them were willing to say, no, we're not going to threaten genocide. But the other piece of that I would love to hear more about is the dynamic on Capitol Hill, because, of course, the House and the Senate are not conducting business right now, and maybe you can explain a little bit about that. But it did seem to me to be a moment when the Democrats, like you, should have rushed to the Capitol and said, hey, we need to have a functioning government here. And if you're not going to gavel us back in, we're going to act like Congress anyway. And I know that the House tried to get attention yesterday for a war powers resolution that the Republicans refused to recognize. What's happening on the Hill, and what is the dynamic there among Republicans and among Democrats who are trying to stop this?
Yeah. Well, as you rightfully pointed out, nothing's happening on the Hill. The Hill is empty. It is, merely a tourist attraction this week, whereas it's lacking what it should be about, which is having hearings about this war, discussing, the $200 billion that this administration wants for this war that they didn't even bother to come to the American people for approval about. It's about the trade-offs, not just about the war, but the impact that it's having on the American people. I just spent time back in New Jersey hearing day after day just brutal stories of people that are struggling. This one woman down in Atlantic City telling me she literally feels like she's drowning because of just the costs of her life adding up and getting worse and worse because of gas prices and other issues. If we're going to go back home to our states, and I don't mind us having opportunities to go back to our states to engage with our constituents, that's important. But it's important to then take what we heard and what we experienced and come back and gather amongst each other. And I am positive that what I heard in New Jersey, people are hearing, my colleagues are hearing all over this country in terms of these struggles. And that when we have these moments that just really stand out, like what we've experienced, yes, we have to show that this is something that must be condemned in terms of that language. It is not just about a threat to destroy a civilization on the other side of the world, but it is about what our civilization. What does our country mean? What does our culture mean? What does our democracy stand for? And and that's, I think, why it hit so hard to me. Is like, my ancestral homeland is the Korean Peninsula, is Korea, where I have my family there. That's within a few dozen miles from this unbelievably dangerous border with North Korea, with a madman with nuclear weapons pointed at my family, pointed at, my ancestral homeland, and threatening to blow it up, that I have to live with, my family with this sword of Damocles hanging over them, wondering whether or not this crazy madman is going to push a button and start a war that would upend everything. And it just hit me so raw, this idea that we now have a leader in our country that is very much talking about that type of mass atrocity, mass violence. And and it hit home. When I was in the Munich Security Conference, I had leaders from other countries telling me that they now, in their meetings in their governments, talk about America as a security threat. And that's what we have to internalize in America. That is what is happening. We are seen as a threat in our name. The president's doing this in our name. And so, yes, Congress should be back, that they should be demanding not just briefings, but the hearings, that we should be engaged in these conversations about what are the priorities of our country. If it's about what happens with these negotiations, and I think, Heather, that is some of what has happened that has, taken some of the perceived pressure off of Congress, is that that the ceasefire and the negotiations are happening. So I hear from Republicans saying, well, look, I didn't like what he said, but there's a ceasefire now, there's negotiations. We have to keep focused on that. That they want to see this end too, and this is the way that has to happen, and they don't like how the words were. So that's the rationale, right? That's how people are rationalizing it in Congress. trying to say they don't like what Trump said, but we have to stay focused on, trying to make these negotiations successful. But we should be here talking about that because what Trump said is he thinks that these 10 points from Iran are workable, whereas these 10 points, would essentially be tantamount to surrender, to capitulation. And he has put us in this situation where I very much see the high likelihood that we will end up far worse off than where we started even before this war. And that's worth talking through. That's worth engaging on. Like, Vance is going off, to Pakistan to engage with the Iranians. Like, what is on the table? Like, what are they going to potentially offer? Shouldn't the American people have some sense of that? Shouldn't Congress have some insights into this? In the same way that when I was in Afghanistan, we have members of Congress come to Afghanistan, brief them on the war, talk about what comes next. But we have none of that right now. And so, that's my real concern here is that I worry that this administration and Republicans in Congress are saying, oh, look, you don't have to be worried about what just happened. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that insane thing that Trump just said. Let's support these negotiations, but we're not going to tell you what they're about. We're not going to tell you what we're going to put on the table on behalf of the American people. And I just find that to be absurd and dangerous.
Well, and what you're identifying there is a problem not just with the so-called negotiations over Iran, because you're right. Somebody asked me today, do we even know what are in these plans that are theoretically on the table? And at least from where I sit, no. We have heard a number of things from a number of different countries, and they're all disagreeing with each other. And of course, Israel has not stopped bombing southern Lebanon. So the fact that there is even a ceasefire seems a little bit untrue as well, more than a little bit untrue as well. But when I look at it, and of course I'm an Americanist, the real crisis that I see is not simply Iran, it's Trump. That Trump is not only trying to create a personalist regime, but that he is also unhinged. And this is what really has me concerned going forward, is that we have somebody sitting in the White House whose behavior is utterly erratic. And there have been a lot of conversations among Democrats primarily about the 25th Amendment or impeachment. One of the things that you don't see talked about a lot is resignation, which is, of course, the route that Richard M. Nixon took in 1974 when Republicans went to him and said, dude, we got you. We know that you committed crimes and we will vote to convict you when the House impeaches you. And so he resigned. What are the options for addressing that crisis in the White House, if you agree that there is one? And can you talk people through a little bit about what things seem more possible than others, if any?
Yeah, so, I think about this a lot as, I worked there at the White House before. I was worked in the Situation Room at the National Security Council. I've been in the Oval Office for discussions about war and conflict. And by all accounts of what is happening under Trump, none of that is happening in a way that gives me any sense that there have been real deliberations with the American people first and foremost in mind, rather than, Trump's obsession with his own legacy. Now, I'd like to remind the American people, we do not have a full functioning National Security Council anymore. We have a part-time Secretary of State, part-time National Security Advisor. We are really seeing a situation where even in the public accounts of what has unfolded in the deliberations for the Iran war, Jared Kushner sitting in the National Security Council room. I'm like, what is he doing there in the Situation Room? He has no role in our government. And how is it that he is now negotiating on behalf of us while he's simultaneously still raising money from these same countries and leaders for his own, business? So it's just, again, the question of are the American people even represented here? So yes, I do not see Trump as fit for office, as fit for being commander in chief in wartime. And I agree that he has been unhinged in how he's acting. And if someone who worked at the White House before, if I came across a president that was talking like Trump is talking, that is sending out those social media posts threatening that, like, I would have resigned. I would not be able to serve under those types of circumstances because I would be terrified about what that would mean for our country. And so for the fact that, that we're just seeing again just business as usual, and look, in this kind of circumstance, I would wish that, yes, people at the White House would resign, show their and the State Department, the Pentagon, to show that they don't support this, that this is not how things should be working, and how worried they are about what is happening right now to our country. I would hope that we would have a cabinet that would consider the 25th Amendment to remove a president. But look at the cabinet that we have. I mean, look at the cabinet meetings that we've seen. I mean, they, again, are closer to what we would imagine in North Korea rather than here in the United States, in terms of just a lavish of praising upon him. Rather than recognizing that, again, each and every one of those cabinet officials, they swear an oath to the Constitution, not to an individual president, not to Donald Trump. His name appears in none of their oaths. And so, that is what we would hope for. And then if in the event that, we don't see the cabinet take that step, that we would have Congress step in and hold accountability through impeachment. But again, we see Speaker Johnson, that would have to start in the House. And we see Speaker Johnson as someone who is clearly more interested in saving his own job rather than doing what's right for the American people right now. And certainly someone who literally owes his job to Donald Trump and therefore wouldn't move forward to be able to engage in that. So we would see likely efforts by Democrats to push forward on that, but then a motion to table is what the Republicans would do. And I've seen that. I've been on the ground on the floor of that House where we've seen the Republicans take those steps before to table. So look, these are unfortunately the realities of it. But that being said, I don't want people to say, well, then it's not important to talk about this. It's not important to engage on that, because that's absolutely not the case. It's not just talking about what is politically realistic and feasible right now. It is about explaining to people, how is it that we're even in this circumstance to start with? And as a result, I think it's important that we don't just accept things for where things are and then try to figure out how best to react to it. We do need to explain why this is so fundamentally wrong to start with, because we don't know what Trump's going to do next. Like, I would like to say and be able to tell you, Heather, that his tweet the other day, his social media post the other day, was the worst that we're going to see. But I cannot, because we just are constantly being bombarded by things that it seem like it's just from a parallel universe that is just so surreal. And so because of that, like, I can't take my foot off the gas and not say to people that he is unfit for office, because he could very well do something even worse. What happens if this negotiation breaks down? And I think there's a very strong likelihood that it will break down, at least that they will have nothing written down to agree upon, because Iran certainly has shown that they have very little reason to capitulate at this point, when they see just how much damage Trump is doing to the American economy. We see inflation going up now and other issues. So what happens after these negotiations could very well break down? Trump could very well undertake the massive attacks that he was threatening. And if that's the case, like, again, like, we can't just say, well, there's nothing we can do. And so, I've said it before, and I'll say here once again, like, the guiding line that I keep going back to, that I tell myself, is that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And we cannot feel apathetic or helpless about this moment. And yes, do I wish we had more tools? Absolutely. And I think we should all be working towards ensuring that we have more tools, that we have gavels back in the House and in the Senate. And yes, I want it in the Senate too, and I will do everything I can to be able to do so. I stepped up to run for Congress in the 2018 midterms in a similar-ish type moment to now. Obviously, now is even more consequential in my opinion. But I stepped up as someone who is 34 years old, who never ran for Congress before, because I wanted to do whatever I humanly could to be able to stop what I saw as a damage then. And I ask everybody to really focus in on that. Not everyone's going to be running for Congress, but you all have an ability to support those that are and really be able to engage. You know, power in the House of Representatives in particular is binary. You either have it or you don't in terms of the legislative power, but that doesn't take away your other powers and your other efforts to be able to shape the perceptions and the minds of the American people, to generate the agenda. And if you need any example of that, look what has happened when it comes to our push against ICE. You know, that the American people had their voices heard after the killing of Alex Pretty and Renee Good. And we saw the Trump administration actually backtrack some. You know, did they do the full extent of what we wanted with reforms? Of course not, they did not. But they also did not have the ability to, you know, roll over the Senate and force funding of ICE. We're seeing how they went up against what the will of the American people were. We need that same type of action when it comes to Iran right now, because it doesn't just stop at Iran. We don't know what's going to happen next, but we also know that this president has threatened Cuba, has threatened any number of other countries, including our allies when it comes to Denmark and Greenland. So that is why it's so important to continue to push forward on this.
And that's what you would urge people to do, is to continue to make their voices heard, both at the local, the state, and the national level?
Yeah, look, I mean, yes, we need a number of fronts here. So as I said, yes, we need to make sure that everybody has a plan when it comes to this midterm election. And I was there speaking to a crowd in Camden, New Jersey, at the No Kings rally, the most recent one. And I ended it saying, like, thank you for showing up today. But what are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do next week? What are you going to do next month or in the lead up to the election in November? Like, I ask everyone that's watching, make a plan, write it down of what you're willing to do. You know, how many phone banks, how many door knocking can you do? And if you're not, if you don't live right there in a state that has a competitive race, can you chip in a few dollars, or can you look at, who in that area, or join a phone bank, or do something else? But make a concrete plan. Like, really write it down. Like, I'm going to try to do X number of canvas launches, or X number of door knocking, or I'm willing to donate X amount of money a month for different campaigns. That's important. But you and I wouldn't be talking right now if we felt like these problems could wait till November. They cannot. Like what is happening right now, I cannot in good conscience tell you, oh, well, we'll flip the house and then things will get better, because I don't know what's going to happen with this war. And I don't know how many more service members could very well lose their life, or how much worse our economy could get, or how much more tarnished our reputation would go, and how many more years it would take to rebuild. I mean, some of what we have to internalize is that some of the damage that is being done by Trump is irreversible. It is not. Again, we're not going to have some moment where we say America's back. We're right back on track. So right now, I really do ask people to pay attention. We have received thousands of phone calls to our Senate office this week. That's important. I want every single one of my colleagues to come back next week. I wish they came back this week, but I want every single one of them next week to come back and their staffs tell them, and every senator gets a briefing from their staff about how many calls, how many messages to their office. And I want every single senator in this country to come back and hear that they got the most amount of calls all year because of what happened over this past week. I don't want any senator to be like, well, I'm not hearing from my constituents about this, and we'll see where this ceasefire goes. I want people to hear, I want people to pay attention, and to not accept this argument right now that we have diplomatic negotiations, so therefore we shouldn't be criticizing the president. That is not how our Constitution works. The Constitution does not say it's only applicable in the case of certain circumstances, but not when there's a ceasefire and you can then engage in criticism and upholding our Constitution. That stuff matters. And engaging. I'm going to be doing some town halls and other things like people should be demanding town halls from their members of Congress to look them in the eye and meet with them in person. And if they're not, they should hear from people that the people are demanding and that they are being engaged by their elected officials. If you're not going to engage with your constituents during a time of war and economic challenge, then when are you going to engage with your constituents? So I just hope people find the agency that you have. I know it's easy to feel helpless and hopeless. There are times when I, as a United States Senator, wonder, well, what can I do? But again, I've gone through that before, whether it was my time in war zones in the past or when I was protesting the Iraq war in 2003. I always thought, oh, if I was in a different position or job, I could have an impact. But what we have to recognize is we all can have to do what it is that we can do, and play our roles. There are things that I can do that your viewers and listeners can't do, but there are things that they can do that I can't do, like especially if they live in critical states for these elections, or states that have Republican senators or districts would have Republican members of Congress, and again, even the Democrats need to hear from us right now. So those are the things that I just hope people feel, is that we have to hit home the urgency that is missing right now in our country, missing right now on Capitol Hill. That's what we need to try to channel.
Pushing the urgency and, making sure that people are even out in the streets to push back against this war. And the way
yeah, that's absolutely right. Again, to the point that I won't go on long here, but what we see with Trump, when people ask me, why is it that Republican members of Congress are not standing up to him? I say it's because there is no Republican Party anymore, at least in any organized fashion. It's been captured by this MAGA movement. Trump has an ability to essentially determine who wins primaries. Everything kind of comes down to a sense of fear about him. So that's why, with the Democrats, we can't just engage in politics as usual, because we're not going up against and competing with a political party on the other side. We're going up against this MAGA movement. So the question then is, what is our movement? Or maybe another way to put it is, where is our movement? And how do we build something that's more than just about resolutions and bills, but is actually something that is channeling just the absolute urgency of this moment, as we've been talking about it. And I think that that's what needs to get people's attention, and what it is that we have to sustain into November. But then it's not going to be like we get the gavels and then all of a sudden things are going to get better. It's still going to be hard. And election day is always a starting line, not a finish line. So we'll have work to do then. But I just really want to hit home to people, like, we can't wait till the midterms to be able to take urgent, serious action. Now is the moment. I'm trying to do everything I humanly can to do it, and sometimes I butt up against things that I hit an impasse, but then I just try to find another vector, another way. And I just hope that the American people feel that too, and know that we're all working together, champion both inside and outside of government for common cause.
So one of the things that's so exciting about talking to you, Senator, is that you always see the big picture and you always see a better future. And I admire that, and I would love to hear more of that in another conversation. But somebody has put something in the chat that I think really speaks to this moment, and both the big ideas, but how everybody has something to do to make things better. And that's that so many of us met you when you were picking up trash in the US Capitol after it had been attacked on January 6th. And that really small gesture, I don't think you knew there was a camera, somebody there with a camera, but that picture of you with a trash bag picking up trash in your mask, because it was COVID, during the worst of the COVID pandemic, just speaks, I think, to the decency of Americans and how we really can change our future if we do it together and just keep doing the right thing. So I thank you for everything you're doing, and I thank you for being here today, and I hope we can do this again soon. Good luck to you. We're rooting for you and rooting for protecting American democracy. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and everyone stay strong and pay attention.
Thank you for being here, everybody.
What are we gonna have for dinner? Dad, where's my other booze?
I'm on the phone.
Did someone help me with my homework? Didn't you go to the supermarket?
I have to tell him he's going to have to do it.
Hello.
What are you guys doing here?
We're here to help you take back dinner time with HelloFresh.
All right, Mano, so today you're cooking a HelloFresh Herbie lamb and roast veggie salad.
And we're here to help with everything else.
Rocky needs a walk. I'm on it. Thank you.
Sorry, mate, he's cooking dinner. Found it. We're here to help you take back dinner time with HelloFresh.
Good boys, it does look good.
So good.
We know you've got goals. Head down, eyes up, on a straight line from A to B. So when you don't want to go off track, we're there with a handy gym located right near you. Jets, your gym, your way.
So have we lived through a year this week or what? Right? So I'm going to try and cover a lot of your questions today. I do want to acknowledge that we are in an extraordinarily choppy time. And somebody wrote to me today and said that, they were sort of tired of navigating the choppiness of it all and feeling like, well, maybe somebody like me provides some unraveling of what's happening and some ground under your feet. We're kind of over that. We need something more to do. And I would like to identify this week, again, not knowing what's going to come, but this week as having been a really important turning point for the United States of America. Because the president's threat on Tuesday to destroy a civilization unless it did what he wanted to was, of course, the threat of genocide from the United States of America. And I think there was actually an important thread in that as well that I hope to pick up in a minute, that terrorized not just the rest of the world, but also Americans who were afraid of their own government because of what it was threatening to do, both to the rest of the world, but also what they were threatening to do to our democratic government at home. And the fact that most members of Congress on the Republican side didn't say anything, didn't do anything, suggested that there really is no level to which Donald Trump can stoop that they won't accept. Because when you are threatening to annihilate another country, another civilization, as he said, like what would it take? I mean, it's bad enough that they've gone along this far, but the fact they were willing to gamble with the dice that Trump was not going to fulfill his threat, at least at that point, was an extraordinary indictment of the current Republican Party. And again, I want to emphasize here that if you are somebody with an R by your name, as appalled as everybody else is by what the administration is doing, you're very welcome here. You know that I wrote A History of the Republican Party and have argued in a number of places that it has in its past been a grand party at times. There was a reason they called it the Grand Old Party. But it is long past time to start working to take that back, to recreate that party, and to push the MAGA Republicans, who are radical extremists trying to usher in a fascist government in the United States and authoritarian governments around the world, out of your party and to take it back. So I would argue that this week has been a turning point, and a turning point not just in that we are very clear on what we are facing now, but also that I don't know about you, and maybe I am speaking here mostly for myself, but for me, a door slammed on Tuesday. And what I'm really going to be focusing on going forward is certainly the politics of this moment, but also what we do to change this moment. What are the politics of the future? And on that, because as I always say, historians don't predict the future, we predict the past. I'm not always going to be right. But what I can do is I can give you the tools you need to feel like you've got skin in the game and that you're not helpless. Because really, at the end of the day, this is what all of this is about, is the idea of fighting to create and to preserve a nation that is based in the idea of human self-determination. And that both requires and justifies the idea that we have agency to change the future. So if you're feeling frustrated and you feel like, it's just more of the same all the time, okay. But there are a lot of signs that the world is changing. And let me start there with them today. And I'll get into what happened today, which is just bonkers. Because I think that may give you some hope. Do remember that every special election that has been held since Donald Trump won office in 2024 has shown remarkable movement away from Trump and toward the Democrats. And that includes on Tuesday, when in the district that Marjorie Taylor Greene used to represent in deep Georgia, which is extraordinarily gerrymandered. So a Republican held that seat. But the Republican held that seat after a 25-point shift from the Republicans toward the Democrats. That was an extraordinary shift. And a Supreme Court justice in Wisconsin who supports progressive values won a seat in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And that means that Supreme Court is going to be a progressive Supreme Court or a liberal Supreme Court until at least 2030. And Wisconsin actually tells us a lot about how you change the national conversation, because they're very deliberately, the chair of the Wisconsin Democrats, the former chair, Ben Wickler, was really careful to build from the ground up early on and enable the building from the ground up changes things at the local level, and then it changed things at the state level, and that in turn changed things at the Supreme Court. I mean, it's at the state court level, the state Supreme Court level, so that they were able to push back on gerrymandering and unwind a lot of the things that the Republicans had put in place since 2010. He's got a new book either coming out or out. I don't remember which. I read it. I thought it was great. And you might find that somewhat hopeful in terms of figuring out what you do next to try and change things on the ground. But that's not the only thing that feels like it's changing, and not the only place that we are seeing a real change in the politics of this country. Another one is in the extraordinary unpopularity of Donald Trump and of the Republicans. And one of the statistics. And again, polls are iffy over a lot of things, and it's always worth looking to see who they're polling and what exactly they're polling. But one of the people I recommend you follow is G. Elliott Morris with Strength in Numbers, or Tom Bonier, Bonier, who's also a very good pollster. And what I like about the two of them is that they explain what they're doing and why, and they look at other polls and give you information about how they're done, so that you have a good sense of not how the next election is going to go, but what the country is feeling like, what the country looks like in this moment. And where the momentum is in this country right now is in favor of those people who are trying to protect democracy. Now, once again, this is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, and I'll get into that now. But if you're feeling like this is horrible, we're never going to come out of this, as I keep saying, I feel better about the country now than I did 10 years ago, when a lot of us saw many of these pieces coming and no one cared. No one paid any attention. And that the idea that so many of us now care is incredibly important for changing the conversation. But you can also see it playing out in things, and this will continue going forward, with the number of Republican members of Congress who are not running for reelection. Now, the reason that they are not running for reelection might be because they think they're going to lose. That could be too. But often what you look for in this, in a moment like this, for resignations or for ceasing to stand for office in the majority party, like there's a reason that the people in the minority party step down, but in the majority party, one of the reasons that people step down is they don't want to go back to being if they've been running a committee, they don't want to go back to being a ranking member. They don't want to step backward. So instead they'll step out. And one of this is kind of a little bit of a rabbit hole, but one of the reasons I'm really interested in committees like the Committee on the Judiciary or the Appropriations Committees is because those committees, if you're on those committees, you tend to stay on those committees and be willing to drop back to ranking member, both because you have real power as ranking member. The ranking member, remember, is the top member of the opposing party in a committee, but also because it's such a powerful committee, you're willing to be out of power or out of the chair seat for a while, because you know if your party comes back in, you'll get elected back to the top of it again. And those are really prime seats. So one of the things that was really interesting about this Congress was the degree to which the Republicans who had finally gotten control of seats in the Appropriations Committee, for example, in the Senate, which is Susan Collins from Maine, she's waited her whole career for that. And to watch Trump take that away, basically take it away from her and take all the power to himself, and to have her sort of go, oh, he's not supposed to do that, is a real sign of just how willing the Republicans have become to let Trump do anything he wants. So watch the resignations, but we now have more resignations, I believe, from the Republicans as the majority party in the House of Representatives. I believe we've got the most, not resignations, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that word, most we're not going to run for reelection that we've ever had in American history. That many of them are like, oopsie poopsie, we are getting out of here. So you can see the momentum changing, but there's a lot of other things going on as well. And now I'm going to answer the questions that you asked about, the many questions that you had, and I will try to put them into some kind of order. But an awful lot happened this afternoon, and I think we are being set up for a lot of things happening on the weekend. So remember that Friday night is the infamous Friday night news dump, because after like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock Friday night, the news broadcast news tends kind of to be on a weekend schedule, so it's much harder for breaking news to get out to the American public. So the Trump administration often drops stuff after 5 o'clock on Friday, and of course he's been messing with the stock market, so he does a lot over the weekend that way. But there's also just a ton of stuff happening all of a sudden right now, so I think we're going to see more and more stuff. I want to start with where should we start? I guess we should start with Iran and what's happening in Iran. Now, that's another example of a place where the administration under Trump decided to execute what Trump thought would be sort of a decapitation strike in Iran that looked much like the strike in Venezuela in January, in which there'd be a quick round of bombing, that they would kill the existing Ayatollah, hope that he would be replaced with somebody more moderate, and then get out. And, Trump appeared to be hoping for a bump in his approval ratings. And this would be, he could blow some stuff up, and, the American military, and there's that theme that I want to pick up again. The American military would look all powerful, and there was not, in his mind anyway, a downside to that. Well, of course, not at all how it played out. And what happened was Just as every strategist expected would happen, Iran promptly began to strike at neighboring countries and close the Strait of Hormuz, through which about 20% of the world's oil travels, and more of that of liquid natural gas, and also the ingredients for fertilizer, about 30% of the world's fertilizer, which is a huge problem because we need that fertilizer. That's another story that I'm not going to go down. But this is where we ended up on Tuesday, with Trump announcing that unless Iran did what he told them to, which is to open the strait, that he was going to annihilate their civilization. And that's in part because all the other countries he tried to bully into reopening the strait were like, dude, it's not our problem. We didn't do this. You did. So on Tuesday, he said he was either going to there be a great solution, or he was going to destroy a civilization. And we know that about 6:30 that evening, Trump put on social media that, oh, look, we have a ceasefire, a 2-week ceasefire, and they're going to reopen the strait, and they have this great 10-point plan, and all the bombing's going to stop, and everything's just going to be fine. Isn't this great? And then since then, he has posted a number of times really contradictory stuff. So he posted that first social media post at about 6:32, if I recall correctly, which I might not, by the way, but 6:32 is in my mind. And what was interesting about that was that it really seemed very clear that he had manufactured a scenario in which he could simply declare victory and quit, because Iran was not going to budge over the Strait of Hormuz because it gave them leverage, and Trump was in way over his ears on this one. And so he just declared victory. But what was interesting about that was part of that agreement, as it was presented, both by the leader of Pakistan, the negotiations leader of Pakistan, but also at the time of American officials, was that Israel would stop bombing the Hezbollah in Lebanon as well, because Israel during all this has been just flattening southern Lebanon. And what has happened since then is Israel said, no, we're not covered by this. We're not going to stop. So Israel has continued to bomb Lebanon. And Iran has said, well, if Israel's not covered, we're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. So it closed the Strait of Hormuz again. And yesterday, Trump said, somebody asked about the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, because that 10-point plan that Trump said was, fine with him, had one point after another. It was the maximalist demands from Iran, and it included the fact that they would have control over the Strait of Hormuz, and that this wasn't in the plan, this was part of the understanding of the plan, that they would be able to charge tolls going through the Strait of Hormuz at $2 million a pop. And there's all kind of discussion of whether that meant that they would keep it or they would split it with Oman, or, what was going to happen. Well, yesterday, Trump said, oh, yeah, we're going to be part of that. We're going to take a cut of that. We're going to be partners with them, which is what he's been saying. He said on Wednesday, we're going to have this great golden age of Iran, and we're going to be hanging out. He actually wrote that the U.S. is going to be hanging out to be part of rebuilding Iran. The 10-point plan also calls for all the sanctions that have been on Iran to be lifted. And again, they were going to be making all this money off the Strait of Hormuz. Well, today, this afternoon, Trump said, I've heard reports that they're charging fees to get through the Strait of Hormuz. They can't do that. They got to stop this. So what you're seeing here is extraordinary weakness, first of all, on Trump's part. He started a war that has put Iran in the driver's seat and dramatically weakened the United States. At the same time, he does not appear to have any idea of what was in the plan or what his positions are on it, because he simply wanted to get out of the war in whatever terms he could. And he sort of, again, was waiting for somebody else to clean up his mess. And Netanyahu was like, I'm not going to do this. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm still going to continue to bomb Lebanon, where there are more than 1 million refugees, by the way. Now, that's interesting and I do not have time today to go into the relationship between the United States and Israel, but thinking of Netanyahu as a political issue in Israel and around the world right now, remember that he's on trial for corruption. And that trial for corruption has been halted because of the war in Iran. So he doesn't want the war to stop, because if the war stops, the corruption trial starts again on Saturday. So the willingness of Netanyahu to stop bombing Lebanon is tied into his willingness to go back on trial for corruption, which both he and Trump are trying desperately to get him out of. Trump has been putting enormous pressure on the Israeli president. Remember, Netanyahu's the prime minister, on the president to pardon him. And the president's like, leave me out of this for now. It's got to go through the courts. I'm not taking a stand on this right now. But so this idea that there has been this miraculous ceasefire is falling apart before our eyes right now, where Israel's still in, Iran's still in, the US, it's not clear what's going to happen, except Trump said, if you charge us for the Strait of Hormuz again, if you charge people for the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to come in. And I believe he said something like guns a-blazing. So the Iran issue has not gone away. And where we are right now is in the United States is in a significantly worse position than we were on February 27th, 2026. And thousands of innocent people have been killed or wounded in this attack. 13 American servicemen have been killed. And today, a number of the servicemen who were killed, who were with those killed in Kuwait, said that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's suggestion that a squirter had gotten through the defenses over their position was untrue, that in fact they were undefended, is what they told CBS News. So more stories like that are going to come out. And there is, I suspect, more that we don't know about that rescue operation. And I'm operating as blindly as anybody else is. But there are a number of pieces of that explanation that don't really seem to add up. So I think we're going to be hearing more and more coming out of the operation of that war that doesn't reflect well on the administration. And again, we still have not actually seen the price spikes from this more expensive oil coming out, in the world markets, because what people trade in when they trade is in oil futures. And those futures are now becoming the present. They're not here yet. It's going to be within the next week or so. And that, of course, is going to contribute to higher prices around the world, shortages around the world, but also certainly at home. All right, so that's the place to start, but we're not done. So let me see where else. What does this look like? Trump has fallen apart. I mean, please don't forget that. No matter what else happens and what threats he makes, the threats are because he's falling apart. So one of the things that he did today was he went on a long screed on social media attacking his former allies in the MAGA movement, who have turned against him over the Iran war and who are shaky on the grounds of Epstein. And in those attacks, he has done really stupid things. So one of the things that he did in the attack today, which was on Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Alex Jones, formerly of InfoWars, or maybe still, no, I think it's formerly of InfoWars, is he called them out and said, you're washed up, and no, I didn't want your approval anyway, but I could get it back. And but one of the things he did was he talked about Alex Jones's hoax over the Sandy Hook shootings. You remember that was one of the major things that really pumped up Alex Jones. And Alex Jones, by the way, was a community college dropout who got his start in extreme right-wing that's hard to say, right-wing, never mind, extremist radio. That's where he got a start. And then he really pumped himself up with the idea that the Sandy Hook shootings of those babies, those children in Connecticut, was a hoax. And Trump came out and said it was a hoax. And Trump, of course, has been supporting Jones right up until Jones was instrumental in getting people to go to the January 6th attack on the US Capitol in 2021. So the fact that he is now saying, oh, I knew it was a hoax all along, is, again, not something that is going to help glue that MAGA relationship back together, either with Alex Jones or his many followers as well, where Trump is saying it was always stupid. It was always a hoax, the hoax of the Sandy Hook thing. So he's lashing out in these ways that are self-destructive from a political standpoint, but that also are, there's no filter on them. So he's saying things that are actually not good for the survival of his movement. And he's also contradicting himself. We're going to take some of the pay from the Hormuz Strait. Oh, no, we're not. If you do that, we're going to come and hit you. Wait, they're not supposed to be doing that. I mean, he doesn't seem to know what he has said 1 minute to the next. So that's still going on. But then one of the things that I would urge you to look at, let me actually go in a different direction and then come back. And that's that you asked about the story that the representatives from the Trump administration threatened the Vatican, threatened the Pope in January, after the Pope, who, if you recall, is from Chicago, came, first U.S. Pope, came from a Pope from the U.S., after he criticized the Trump administration. And the quote that I pulled to tell you about today was, he said, the representative from the government said, the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. The Catholic Church had better take its side. Well, there is here this sense that because the U.S. military is the strongest by far in the world, that it's going to be able to take over countries, because that's really what he's been doing, right? Venezuela, and threatening Cuba, and threatening Greenland, and so on, just because of the fact we have this extraordinarily powerful military. But that's actually not how the real world works. The real world works where you're strongest when you have allies, and he's burning those ties up as quickly as he possibly can. But what this does show is a growing alliance between Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, Viktor Orban, Vladimir Putin, and the people who are in the Putin satellites. So one of the things we've learned over the last few days is that Viktor Orban of Hungary, who's a huge figure on the radical right in the United States, basically said to Putin that he was going to return Hungary to a satellite position to Russia, the way it was under the Soviet Union. He's basically saying, I will, you're going to call the shots here, and I will translate those to Hungary. And what that has meant for Hungarians is they've lost their democracy, and it's been replaced with an authoritarian system in which there's been an attempt to reestablish a patriarchy that keeps immigrants and women in a subordinate position, and that highlights Christianity, and that is extraordinarily corrupt, by the way. And the U.S. right wing has amplified and embraced Orban, with Tucker Carlson doing interviews with him. He's came a number of times to speak at CPAC, which is I always get the name of it wrong. I believe it is the Conservative Political Action Conference, but I could have that acronym wrong. It's known as CPAC. Orban has come to speak here. Orban visited Trump repeatedly. There and J.D. Vance is actually right now in Hungary, or has just been in Hungary, to try and get Orban reelected on April 12th when he's up for reelection. And he is currently underwater in that election, I believe, by 32 points. So his opposition is, going gangbusters. If there is a free and fair election, and there won't be a free and fair election, but if they don't simply steal the election, Orban's going to lose. And that link between all these right-wing authoritarian, extraordinarily corrupt, by the way, figures. I mean, what's in this for them is gigantic sums of money. That loss by Orban would really hurt the radical right in the United States because they've kept a lot of their supporters on board by selling the idea that they are part of this vanguard of Christianity and patriarchy that's going to take over the globe. And there is this march along with God to do this. And obviously, if they lose that election, that movement is going to be hampered, which is one of the reasons they simply may cheat. And I think speaks very strongly to their determination to make sure that the Republicans win the midterm elections this year in the United States, because ideologically they have to, or they have to say, oopsie poopsie, maybe God is giving us a step back here, and we're not really going to move forward as quickly as we thought we were going to. And by the way, it's probably worth mentioning at this point that idea that they're going to sweep over the world exactly echoes the elite slave owners who took who split the United States and tried to create the Confederate States of America. There too, they believed they were a vanguard for the future to create this new slave-holding oligarchy around the world that would enable them to, do exciting, wonderful things. Anyway, that axis there is really desperate to lock in their power and to lock in their corruption so that we don't have oversight of where the money is going, of where our tax dollars are going, of, where contracts are going. And this is exactly what you are seeing in places like, obviously, Russia, but also in places like Hungary, and now in the United States as well, with Trump getting all these alternative streams of financing through cryptocurrency, through oil, through all these other different, ways to channel money to him. That axis is desperately trying to hold on to power in this moment. So they're fighting harder and harder. But in the United States, in Hungary, this is unpopular because they see where it goes and they don't like the ties to Putin. In the United States, one of the things that is helping those of us trying to protect democracy is the fact that Trump is falling apart. All right, so as he falls apart, and this idea that you could force, with this axis, you could force the Catholic Church to do what you were telling it to do is, I think, a sign of their hubris, this idea that they could get away with whatever they wanted and they were the ones going to be running the future. Because the Catholic Church is a powerful institution. And again, that's a rabbit hole I'm not going to go down. But yes, they did apparently threaten the Vatican. All right. So now I want you to think a little bit about, what does it mean if things are falling apart? Like, a lot of people jumped on board that Trump train, a lot of people. And a lot of people are jumping off, like these Republicans who aren't going to run for office again. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who resigned and is now a critic, which is itself a complicated issue. But if you were in that position and you had out there this entire failure of the Iran war, you had the tariffs that have badly hurt the American economy. You had the Epstein files. I'll get to that in a second. You had the corruption, and corruption is always unpopular in the United States. What are you going to do? Well, if you've committed crimes, you're going to do anything you can to stay in power, because if you don't stay in power, there are going to be hearings and there might be repercussions for that. So if you've committed crimes, you're going to do anything you can to stay in power. Let's just go with that one. And that's worth watching. If people are cheating, doing everything they can to stay in power, it's always worth thinking, well, maybe they're terrified of being out of power. But if you haven't committed crimes, or at least not easily traceable crimes, you're going to be trying to protect your money, right? You're going to be, of course, I always think follow the money, but you're going to be trying to protect your money. Get out, get some, take as much with you, smash and grab, take as much as you can and get out of the country or get out of the limelight and hope that you get away with it. So again, one of the things to be watching going forward is the moves that people are making. Are they clinging to power, or are they backing away and, taking jobs elsewhere or leaving the country or doing whatever? So this brings me, where this is going. This brings me to Melania Trump, who out of the blue today Nobody knew this was coming, including apparently the White House and her husband. Although, if you noticed, he just keeps calling reporters on the phone all the time. Anyway, she walked out from closed doors at the White House and stood behind a podium behind the presidential seal. Nobody is supposed to stand behind the presidential seal. It just isn't done. You're not supposed to do that. And you may remember after Trump was out of office after 2021, he had sort of a fake presidential seal made for himself that was slightly different. It actually had some of the symbols of fascism on it. But this Melania Trump stood behind the presidential seal, which is such a real slap in the face to our traditions. I'm sorry, I care about that stuff. You know, maybe I care too much about it, but those guardrails matter, you know? Anyway, I'll stop. She stands behind this seal and she gives a 6-minute speech, which I urge you to watch because everybody kept writing to me and going, man, that was bizarre. And I'm like, well, you know, how bizarre can it be? It's bizarre, let me tell you. And she came out and said that she had never been a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted sex abuser, who died in custody when he was awaiting further trial. That there were all these lies circulating about her, and that anything you saw, pictures or whatever, you should assume are fake, and that she would like Congress to hold hearings for the victims and look into this because there were more people involved than just Jeffrey Epstein, and that she was not a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. And the email that Mrs. Trump wrote to Maxwell, signed "Love Melania," was just normal, you know, casual correspondence. Well, I don't know about that. Anyway, and Ghislaine Maxwell answered her, calling her Sweet Pea, which seems kind of like a term of endearment, right? Anyway, something certainly seems to be up. We seem to be in the moment of, we're going to save, you know, I'm going to save myself however it takes, whatever it takes for me to do. And you got to remember that there does not appear to be any loyalty among anybody in that White House, except Melania Trump seems extraordinarily loyal to her son. But that's all I got. So now we've got that on the table as well. Now, so what does this mean going forward? And I don't mean for the rest of our lives. I mean for the next 3 days. So this is a really good time to continue pressure on all of your electeds, especially the Republicans, but also the Democrats, who did, in fact, you remember, Trump pulled all this when Congress was not in session, and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, a Republican of Louisiana, is basically not bringing Congress back into session except when he absolutely has to. And just so you know, when I say not in session, that's the way it actually works is Congress meets for a certain amount of time, and that's called the session. So if you read the congressional record, it literally will say 37th session. And so long as that is happening, it is in session. But they go on break. You know, they take a lot of time off, and they take way more than they used to, both because they have to raise money, but also because we have modern transportation, so they can hop on a plane and go home to California, which you couldn't do until after World War II. So, for example, in the 19th century, one of the things that really is a huge issue for American history is that the 38th Congress, it was, I believe, adjourned. That is, they stopped the session and everybody went home on the day of Lincoln's second inaugural, which was March 4th of 1865. And that meant that they literally took their bags and they carpet bags, by the way, often. The reason that we have carpet bags And the reason that people from the north who went to the south were called carpetbaggers is because once you had frequent train travel, and fairly easy train travel, you no longer traveled with trunks, which were big and heavy. Although some people still did. There's at least one very famous trunk murder in the 1870s. But you needed somehow to carry your bags, and fabric, heavy fabric. It tore pretty easily. So one of the things that the early luggage makers used was carpets. So you had a bag made of carpet. It was a carpet bag. Anyway, that's a bit of a rabbit hole. And if anybody's interested, and maybe nobody is, sorry, it is possible. Last I checked, there was a craftsperson, I believe out of Virginia, who was still making original carpet bags, which is kind of cool. Not that you want to do that, but anyway, that was your rabbit hole for the day. Anyway, back when they turned around and went home in 1965, when Lincoln is then assassinated, March, about a month later, no one's in session. So they all rush back to Washington, but rushing back, if you've got to do it by ship and by train and all that, takes them a while to get there. Anyway, Congress, therefore, today is still in session, but they've been on break, and they're not due to come back until April 13th. So because they are still in session, that means that each day somebody gavels in the House and then gavels it out, just to say, hey, we're still here, but they're really not here. When that happened today, the Democrats were there and ready to try and force a vote on the war in Iran. And the Republican who was in it, anybody can have the gavel, not literally anybody, you and I can't, but whoever has been designated to gavel the House in, then gavel the House out, it can be any member of Congress. So a Republican in this case. So the person gavelled them in and then gavelled them out instantly without recognizing the Democrats. But all that to say that the Democrats have shown up to try and stop this war. They have gone back to Washington, both in the House and in the Senate, and they are trying to stop what's going on. And they're trying to get Trump out of office because he is nuts. So what does this mean going forward? Keeping pressure on your electeds, keeping pressure on your state governments not to mess around with the vote for the fall. It means talking to your neighbors. It means posting on social media your dissatisfaction with what's going on. It means writing to your local newspapers. It means making noise, but because what is happening is unacceptable. But more than that, as I say, it's time to be moving forward. And more than that is, although that's crucially important, is to do something that I don't think we talk about enough. And that's that everybody keeps writing to me and saying, what laws do we need to change this? How do we make this stop? And all these sorts of things. We don't really need to change any laws to start. We need to enforce the laws on the books. We have laws against ICE agents breaking and entering someone's home. That's a Fourth Amendment violation. It has never been done before. The courts have always said that you have to have a judicial warrant to do that. The administration just said, nah, never mind, we're just going to do it. We can speak up and say, stop that. There's a law against that. We can insist that our laws are enforced. Same with corruption, and same with all the ways in which this administration is destroying who we are as a nation of laws. Those laws exist. They need to be enforced. That right there is a really important start, mind you, for reclaiming our democracy. That's not going to be enough, and not because people in the past necessarily screwed up, but because going forward, the 21st century has the issues of climate change and the internet, which are going to require new laws and new approaches. And the things that have come from that as well, the migration and the disease as well, is going to have to be addressed in new ways. We can do that. But I think the idea that we have to start from nothing and build up frightens a lot of people because it seems so huge. But we don't have to do that. We have to start with what we had and insist on that being enforced. And if you think that sounds like a weenie approach, think of what this world would look like if Ford hadn't pardoned Nixon, or if the Republicans had been willing to go after Ronald Reagan for the Iran-Contra affair, or if people had actually not let Donald Trump get away with as many things as he did as he was coming up through business because he always engaged in lawfare, not paying people and so on. There's a reason that we are a nation of laws, because if you enforce those laws, you make other people say, well, maybe I shouldn't do that because I don't want to go to jail. And what we've got going on right now with this administration is the opposite, because so many people are getting away with so much stuff. Everybody thinks, well, I better cheat too, or I'm going to get left behind. And one of the things that we can do is insist at the local level, the state level, and the national level that our actual laws be enforced. Does that mean they're going to be? Not in the short term. No, not with this Department of Justice. But we need to remember that that exists and that we had that for 230 years. And it's only recently that we have tossed that idea out the window, because for those of us who are, over 50 years old can remember when the Republicans went to the White House and told Richard Nixon he had to resign because he had broken laws. That's in my lifetime. We had that, and we could have that again. So that's something worth paying attention to and worth really focusing on right now. But also, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to be with people, to build community, and not necessarily around politics, although that often comes up, but reinforcing those community ties that remind people that we are all in this together, especially across ages and across genders and across races and across regions. We can rebuild this country from the ground up, which is where it really has to be built up. And that is, of course, good for everybody who's freaking out in this moment, because there's nothing worse than being alone when you're freaking out. You want to be with people. But a crucial part of that, when somebody asked me, it made me think about this, is I've been away, and somebody asked me what people did in the late 19th century as they were losing their democracy to the robber barons, and especially in the North, and then to the white supremacists in the South. Like, how did they cope with that? And the answer was art and music. The music that brings people together, and the art that changed so much of the way we think about American art. So, and again, I'll do one more little rabbit hole. Think about the explosion of jazz in the late 19th century, a truly American music, and ragtime, that it's a mixture of jazz and some of the other stuff that was happening in the West at that time. Two brand new kinds of music coming out of the American South. And of course, the movement of blues out of the late 19th century, into the early 20th century, up the Mississippi River to Chicago, which is how Chicago becomes such a crucial blues city. And not just that, in that period, there is extraordinary art. So the real heartbeat of American sculpture, but also of new kinds of paintings, so that we have really important art exhibits in the late 19th and early 20th century that change the entire landscape of the way American art works. And we get new architecture. Frank Lloyd Wright is actually operating as early as 1893. He makes the gates for the 1893 Columbian Exposition. He's a very, very young man at the time. But you had in the Columbian Exhibition of Chicago of 1893, you had, just all sorts of things that were not political themselves, although the thing was absolutely imbued with political meaning, but that it showed people creativity and art and new kinds of thoughts and new kinds of music and new kinds of ways of being. And you will notice I didn't say literature there. because one of the biggest changes in the United States in terms of art and understanding in that period is new literature. It's a new kind of literature, because the Civil War means we're going to have new kinds of literature, and it takes a while for people to get their feet under them. But with the publication of U.S. Grant's memoirs, which is a really realistic version of what happened during the Civil War, you get the rise first of realism and naturalism in American literature, but sort of a really careful observation of humanity in that literature. And once you had started to observe Americans really closely through people like Theodore Dreiser, then you could start to examine the holes in that life and then begin to invert it. So by the time you get to somebody like Gertrude Stein in the 1920s, you get her playing with language, and you get both the sort of beautiful writing of somebody like Willa Cather, or later on Ernest Hemingway. At the same time, you get the very stripped down writing, you get the much more florid writing of somebody like Faulkner. So from that moment of extraordinary political constriction and fear, people took their energies into rebuilding humanity. And we're in a moment like that. So if you can't deal with the politics but you feel like you need to be engaged, pick up your flute, or start writing, or pick up a pencil and start drawing, and be engaged in creating communities that way as well. All right. So interestingly enough, somebody just talked about how many trolls there are today. That's because they're under such pressure and they can see things falling apart. They're probably not organic. They're probably a paid group from somewhere, and we'll go ahead and we'll remove them. But learn not to see it, because it's almost certainly not real. And you're going to see more and more and more of that as the election comes closer. Hey, folks. From Ithaca, Fairfield, Connecticut, Alberta, Canada, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Tustin, California, Janet, Georgia, Albany, New York, Durham, North Carolina, St. Paul, Minnesota, Madison, Wisconsin, Tempe, Arizona, Oslo, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Kenny, and I didn't see Indiana, maybe? Fulton County, Georgia. I got good friends in Fulton County, Georgia. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Colorado Springs, and Facebook is now here. Listen, I'm going to start today with an announcement, a big announcement. Do you know how a friend has let me use this building because I don't have adequate internet at my house? So you often see me in a coat, see me with my electric blanket to keep myself warm. Today is a historic day because I believe this will be the last time you see me broadcast from here. And I'm doing it a little bit as an old time's sake thing, because today it has taken more than months, it has taken years. But as of about 3:00 this afternoon, I have fiber optic cable at my house in the woods. So today should be the last time you see me broadcast from this place, which is, by the way, a lovely place. And I'm incredibly fortunate that I've been able to use it all this time. But I will not in the future have to come over here unless I guess probably want to come just to get out of my house so I'm not there the whole time. But I had to come over here, as I say, one last time to do things like pick up my electric blanket. So I wanted to do it one last time from here, but I cannot tell you how excited I am. I actually recorded today's podcast from that house, from my house, because I could upload it. So anyway, that is huge news coming from me. And in just a minute here, the heat is on here. In just a minute, I will even shed my coat as sort of a last thing here. Anyway. So that's my big news. I cannot tell you how incredibly excited I am to be able to use the internet from my house, and maybe I haven't figured this one out yet. Maybe even make phone calls, because I have not been able to make phone calls on my cell phone from my house ever. So I always have to go walk for 20 minutes to get to where I can do that. So this is a very exciting moment in Heather Cox Richardson's life. All right. Now, you have a lot of questions about what's going on, and I hope to get to them. I mean, I always say I can't get to all of them because I'm always sure I'm going to miss some. There's a lot to cover today, but I feel like you have to start from a very obvious place today. And that is that the President of the United States is crumbling before our eyes. At the same time, the ideology that led us to President Donald Trump is also crumbling. And that's a lot to grapple with, because let me actually start with what to me is the symbol of this. I hope that you all did not see this and that you're actually doing something else other than reading the news these days. But this afternoon, Trump actually posted on his social media platform a video of the Davy Crockett theme song from 1955 to 1956. It's a little bit odd. The Davy Crockett was not actually a TV show. It was a 3 and then a 5 series, sort of mini series from Disney in 55, 56, which would have been about when Trump was 9 years old. And it really took off. It really captured people's imagination. And he posted this video, and then he wrote on the video, Davy Crockett, obviously a distant relative of Jasmine Crockett and a very high IQ frontiersman, would be proud of the legacy that he began long ago, and especially Jasmine's great success as a politician from the great state of Texas, President Donald J. Trump. Now, of course, Jasmine Crockett is a representative from the state of Texas, a prosecutor, incredibly smart woman that Trump likes to needle. But this is the President of the United States of America. The world is reeling from the shock of rising oil prices because of Trump's completely misguided attack on Iran on February 28th. American inflation is rising. The stock market is incredibly unsettled. I'll talk about all this stuff. He fired today his attorney general. Things are falling apart everywhere. And what does he do? But he goes on social media and tries to pick a fight with a Democratic representative from Texas by using a meme from the 1950s. The man is lost. The man is lost. And that's the story. That is the story above everything else. It's all coming to a crisis in the next, several weeks anyway, because Trump is not okay. So that's the big story. That's above everything else. And that's really important to remember as I go through the still huge stories, but the stories that you have to fit under, we have a president who's not okay. And this is, often every morning or midday after I've read the news, I try and think about what is today's story? Like if I were writing about this in 150 years, what's the story? And the story above all has to be that the President of the United States is in real trouble with his mental acuity. That's the big story. However, that also coincides with the reality that I think we're seeing now, that the ideology that the movement conservatives, and I'll explain that again in a second, put in place in the United States, really from the 1950s on, but taking off in the 1980s and the 1990s, is crumbling at the same time that Trump is. And that does a number of things. It opens up, we're watching stuff implode around us, but it also opens up great possibilities. So let me start with what I mean now by the implosion of the ideology of movement conservatism. After the New Deal, that Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the Democrats in Congress began to put in place in the 1930s, in 1933, to combat the Great Depression, that New Deal government does a number of things. It regulates business, it provides a basic social safety net, it promotes infrastructure, it protects civil rights, and it underpins an international order that will try to prevent World War III. But after it, beginning really in 1936, but it's definitely taking off after World War II ends in 1945, a number of groups that don't like this new government begin to take a stand against it. And those new groups are really characterized by three factions. One are Republican businessmen who do not want taxes and they do not want regulation on their business. They think this is a real intrusion on their freedom. There's also the Southern, especially, but racists across the country, former Southern Democrats who don't like the idea of creating an economic system and a social system in which Black Americans and Brown Americans will be on a level playing field with white Americans. And then there are the traditionalist religious figures who don't like the idea that the federal government is taking on the role of the church and of the father, of the man of the house, because it might allow women to be equal to men as well. So these three groups really begin to organize, especially after the Brown versus Board of Education decision of 1954, in which they say, listen, this government that's doing all this stuff, that's got Social Security and that is putting in roads and that is building schools and that, built the windbreaks across the West. And, this government that's doing all this stuff, this New Deal government, is essentially a form of socialism. And the way that you should think about it is that it's destroying American freedom and American liberty. And we need to replace that with this idea of individual freedom that is represented by the American cowboy or by the American Westerner, by somebody, say, like Davy Crockett, right? Remember I said 1955, 1956 for that miniseries. The idea that they were trying to push was a myth. The idea that a real American needed nothing from the government and really only just wanted to be left alone. And that was never the case. I'm not going to go into the whole history of the West and the cowboys now, but just you'll need in this point to accept that that's really just a myth. But they kept insisting that this was the way to get America back to this great, independence and freedom and this world that they fantasized was a great world. It was the world that had led, of course, to the Great Depression and to a number of world wars. But they liked that idea that they would be able to run their businesses however they wanted and make as much money as they wanted, and that this was really the key to being an American. Well, that idea has always been really sort of a rhetoric that would enable Republicans, as those people arguing for that, the faction arguing for that sort of took over the Republican Party. The people initially arguing for it called themselves movement conservatives. Movement because they were a political movement, and conservatives because they wanted to go back to the world of the before the New Deal, even all the way back to the 1890s. But they argued that was what it really meant to be an American. And they argued that, but the reality was that while people like Ronald Reagan embraced that and cut taxes, and George W. Bush cut taxes, and now Donald Trump has cut taxes dramatically, while they talked about it, they did recognize that the American people actually liked Social Security. They liked the Environmental Protection Agency. They liked clean air. They liked rising wages. They liked better working conditions. Those were things that the American people really, really liked. So they talked about it, and they certainly suggested that the government actually doing things for people helped racial, religious, and gender minorities. But the reality was that for a lot of people, you could embrace that rhetoric, but you wouldn't actually lose Social Security, for example, or Medicare, or the things that you cared about. Now, Trump is in office, and with the Department of Government Efficiency, and now with the director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, you're seeing that government actually be decimated, actually crumble, as they are trying to make that rhetoric become reality. So you saw this really clearly in the 1950s and the 1960s, when you had movement conservatives like Barry Goldwater, who ran for president in 1964, saying, listen, the government can't do things like help farmers or help laborers, or certainly can't help Black Americans, because that will intrude on freedom and on liberty. So that all of that, if you want things like protection of civil rights or whatever, that belongs to the states. Of course, the reality is the states weren't protecting civil rights, but that's where all that activity belongs. And again, you're seeing Trump now try and put that world into place. So, for example, yesterday at an Easter reception lunch, he said he had told the Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought, and I quote, "Don't send any money for daycare because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection." This is straight out of the 1950s. It is straight out of the language of the 1950s and the 1960s, the idea that we have to get rid of all the federal programs that actually work for people and instead use any money that we have solely for building up the military. And yet, in the midst of all this, we're seeing that the American people don't want that kind of a government, and that kind of a government, by virtue of the fact it requires making Congress less and less and less powerful and the president more and more and more powerful, has given us a country that cannot function. So what do I mean by that? First of all, you're seeing the fact that the American people won't put up with it in places like the federal budget. So in 2026, coming up for the 2026 budget, Trump asked for a budget that dramatically increased the size of the military, but tried to pay at least for some of it by cutting back on domestic programs. And Congress simply said, no, we're not going to do that. So the Democrats didn't get the funding that they wanted to increase in a number of Democratic programs. But at the same time, they didn't get the cuts that they wanted, except, of course, in that one big, beautiful bill act that the Republicans forced through on July 4th of 2025, which had, for example, dramatic cuts to Medicaid, and that we are now facing across the country, just as opponents said, the high risk. There are 400 hospitals across the country that are at high risk of closing, which is 400 hospitals. Now, as a Congress critter pointed out, to build a modern hospital costs about $100 million. We're spending more than $1 billion a day in Iran. Now, you can do that math as well as I can. That's about 10 hospitals a day that we are not building in order to put that money into Trump's war in Iran. And my take on it is this is not going to fly. Trump is expected to release his 2027 budget tomorrow, and he's expected to ask for the same sorts of things, a huge boost in the amount of money going to the military with cuts to domestic programs. I'm guessing that a number of us are going to be speaking up to say, hey, you know what? The fact that the statistics are out in Maine, for example, it has for labor and delivery, for hospitals that have labor and delivery units, the average drive to get to one in the state of Maine is 45 minutes. that's really not okay if you are expecting to have safe maternal and child care in your states. 45 minutes is an eternity to get to a labor and delivery unit. Guessing people are going to push back on that. But we're seeing the places in which this ideology is crumbling in other places as well, because one of the key aspects of it has been the idea of getting rid of people of color. And you've seen this with the Department of Homeland Security and under Trump, sweeping up migrants, the ones who are here legally, as well as the ones who are here without documentation, and as well as American citizens. And that is now increasingly sort of blowing up in Trump's face. First of all, the American people don't like the idea of losing their Black and brown neighbors, turns out. And it also today has shown up in a couple of places. First of all, in the fact that do you remember the man from the refugee from Myanmar whom Border Patrol agents dropped off at a coffee shop? And by the way, I keep not using the name of that because I try not to use names of people who get dragged into stories without them wanting to be. The coffee shop at which the man was dropped off was closed. It was just happened to be their parking lot. So that's why I kind of try not to drag people's names in if they didn't really have anything to do with it. It feels like that then people will associate that particular chain with this death, and they had nothing to do with it at all. Anyway, this man, the Nur al-Ain Shah Alam, was visually impaired. He was virtually blind, and he did not speak English, and he did not have a cell phone that he could use. And they dropped him off in February in Buffalo, New York, at a coffee shop. And he was found dead 5 days later. That death has been ruled by the medical examiner as a homicide. And Border Patrol, the Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection, which is the parent agency for Border Patrol, has said, we had nothing to do with it. He died after he was out of our custody. This was not our problem. But the medical examiner has said it's a homicide, which suggests that are going now to be at least some guardrails up around the stuff that is happening under this administration. But you also saw it today in a story in Wired. And by the way, Wired and 404 Media are doing really great work in technology stories these days. But Wired had a story about the Border Patrol Tactical Unit, or BORTAC, out of Fort Bliss, and its sister unit, Border Patrol Search, Trauma, and Rescue, BORSTAR. And those were units that in the past had been used for high-risk warrants, desert rescues, conflicts with drug cartels, and manhunts. And under former director of the Border Patrol, one of the directors of Border Patrol, Greg Bovino, they are the ones who got pulled into things like the assault on the apartment complex in Chicago. And they are the level of the violence they employed was extraordinary. And what was an interesting part of the Wired story is that it was possible for journalists from Wired to identify individual agents who were part of that assault on the apartment complex in Chicago. Well, why does that matter? That matters because one of the things that the administration has tried very hard to do all along is make it impossible to identify who individual actors are, so that it would not be possible for the legal system to catch up with them. Even now, it's hard, for example, to figure out who's doing what on things like the attempt to rebuild the East Wing of the ballroom with the East Wing of the White House with this ballroom Trump wants. A judge just said, listen, you're not telling me who's actually overseeing this. They keep sort of doing a shell game so that it's not possible to figure out who's in charge. Well, it actually turns out in the case of at least some of these BORTAC and BORSTAR agents, Wired journalists were able to figure out exactly who was doing what, which should down the road mean that they can be brought to accountability for that. So you're seeing that attempt to clear out Black and brown Americans finally running up against, first of all, popular opinion. We knew that, but now also against the legal system in ways that will perhaps bring certain people to justice, but also will make it make those people who are still engaged in that activity and that behavior perhaps more concerned that they are going to face charges going forward. So you're seeing it crumble there, but you're also seeing it crumble in a huge way over Trump's attack on Iran on February 28th. So that attack, of course, Trump keeps saying no one had any idea that Iran would go ahead and attack its neighbors. But of course, everybody knew that that's exactly what was going to happen. Even I knew that was going to happen. And this is not at all my area of expertise. Why did we know that? Because if you've been paying any attention to any of the discussions about Iran and its nuclear capabilities and the Strait of Hormuz, you knew that what played out was pretty much what people said was going to play out. And this morning, Mika Brzezinski had a clip of her father saying, who was a major figure in foreign policy, saying exactly that 12 years before, basically laying out exactly what was going to happen. So first of all, he did this. Watch, I'm going to take off my coat because it's warm now. And again, you're never going to see this again. All right. Look, somebody says that this is a problem on Facebook, that the audio isn't working. From now on, at my fiber optic system at my home, that should not be a problem. It should all work out once it